Testing. So good morning, everyone, and welcome to our special council meeting on August the 4th, 2025. The purpose of this meeting is to hear from applicants and appoint an individual to fill a council vacancy. I will now call on Tim Brubaker, Acting Regional Clerk, to conduct the roll call.
Thank you. Regional Chair Redmond.
Present.
Councillor Craig.
Yeah, present.
Councillor Erb.
Present.
Councillor Foxton. Councillor Harris. I can see online. Councillor Hunick.
Present.
Councillor James.
Present.
Councillor Liggett.
Present.
Councillor McCabe.
Present.
Councillor Nowak. Councillor Rodriguez.
Present.
Councillor Salonen.
Present.
Councillor Shantz. Councillor Verbanovich. Present. And Councillor Wolf.
Present.
Thank you, Chair.
I would like to acknowledge the land on which we gather today is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, Anishinaabeg, and the Channotton peoples. In doing this, I want to reflect on what it means to be doing important community work like we are engaging today collectively, and also on my own individual relationship to this land. As a settler, one of the most important aspects of my individual journey towards truth and reconciliation has been to listen, and I'm continually grateful to the community who shares their stories and concerns with me. As well as chair of the region, I know I carry a large responsibility to ensure that it is not just myself on the individual level listening and acting, but that as a government, we are listening and creating action in the community. I'm offering this acknowledgement as one of the many actions I am personally and the region largely is taking on our journey towards reconciliation. We acknowledge the enduring presence of the Indigenous people with whom we share this land today, their achievements and their contributions to our community. Colleagues, are there any declarations of pecuniary interest under the Municipal Act? Seeing none, today is a historic day for the region of Waterloo as we seek to fill our council vacancy by application process. Thank you to all of you who have applied. The overwhelming interest in serving as regional council demonstrates the level of engagement and the care that each of you have for our community. This is new for all of us. Some of you may know many of us. Some of you may know each other. And for some of you, this may be your first time in council chambers. It can feel like an uncomfortable process. I'm asking all of you to look around and say hi to the people around you, similar to some of the initiatives that happen in faith communities. Greet each other and welcome them to this gathering. We are committed to an open process. You are a very friendly group. We are committed to an open process. Council will not retire for any private discussions, but listen intently to each of you as you make your presentation. Before we hear from our applicants, I would like to remind everyone of some guidelines for participation. The order of speaking was determined by lot on August the 6th and was live streamed and recorded. All applicants may address council for 5 minutes each, and I will provide a 1-minute warning. There will be 2 short 15-minute bathroom breaks, one at 10:30 a.m. and one at 12:30 p.m. If you are joining us in person, please proceed to the podium when you are called to speak. If you are joining us online, please keep your camera off until you are called upon to speak. Please ensure that all statements are respectful and free from any hate speech or defamatory comments. One last reminder for applicants, please do not take offense following your presentation that there are no questions from council. Council has had an opportunity to read and reflect on all of your submissions, and we want to make sure that all of your time is respected today. And a quick reminder to members of the audience, you are asked to maintain order, and this means you may not address council without the permission of the chair, interrupt or disrupt the meeting with unreasonable noise or vocal expression such as applause, booing or cheering, or displaying signs or posters. I would first like to call on Jay Legari, You have 5 minutes to speak. Jay, you are welcome to the podium. There's a button that you need to push, Jay.
Hi, I'm Jay Legari. I have been assured that going first is a good thing, so lucky me. Written down a few points here that I want to keep brief. I don't believe in wasting a lot of time. And yeah, the first time here. And did I mention going first? Okay, so I'm honored to stand before you as a candidate of the Waterloo Region City Council. A little about me first. I'm 50. I'm an experienced entrepreneur, recent apprentice of the trades, a gaming enthusiast, and a father. I have 4 children at home, and I want to provide for them. It's not just about food and shelter, it's about a future for our society. Society needs to be shaped and fortified so that they can have a better future. I recently decided to stop complaining about our policies and get involved. I'm an altruist by nature. I want everyone to succeed, and as such, I want to raise everybody up. As an electrical apprentice, I've had the experience of learning from the code book regarding construction, and I believe that has given me some insight into how a lot of rules and code can be very impactful in how things are done. I see value in doing this position here. The region needs to move forward, progress, and grow, and it's something that I want to be a part of. And I think that I would be good at that. Waterloo region is growing, our tech sector is booming, our communities are diversified, and new opportunities are taking shape every day. Growth comes with challenges such as affordable housing, sustained transportation, or sustainable transportation, reliable infrastructure, and ensuring no one in a region is left behind. I'm running because I believe we need leaders who listen, who will be available and accessible to our constituents and this role. I believe this position is about fairness, keeping the peace, and above all else, being reasonable. This is what I intend to bring to the table. I don't have all the answers, but I believe in asking the right questions, working with others, and never forgetting who I serve. I'm ready to bring energy. Might be a little bit nervous energy right now, but integrity and practical solutions to council. Together we can build a Waterloo region that reflects the best of what we are and all we can be. I do strongly believe that sometimes fate can move you in directions you don't expect, and sometimes it puts you where you're supposed to be, not where you want to be. Thank you. I hope to earn your support.
Thank you very much, Jay. If you're concluding your remarks, that you have 1 minute left.
Okay. I'm concluding. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
There will be no questions, so thank you very much. Right. And Jay, it's always hard to be first, so thank you for starting us off.
Thanks.
Next speaker is Asthma Alawasha. Asthma, welcome. You have the floor and you have 5 minutes.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to meet you as a team, and for me to meet you. I am excited to be here today to discuss my application. As you have had the opportunity to read my statement, I will focus on highlighting my perspective on key regional issues. Let me just say that my work in establishing the Canadian Arab Women's Association has proven to me that we are indeed one community, the region of Waterloo. And we must work together for the betterment of all our citizens. As I continue to build my family life for my kids, my husband, and myself, I am amazed at how we, the citizens of Waterloo region, share our goals and objectives without focus on municipal borders. We travel from city to city, from community to community, mostly without thinking that we are in a different municipality. The region is our home. While I live in Waterloo, as the founder and executive director of CAWA, I have learned that where you live within the region is not an issue when you are providing services and support to all our citizens. I believe this is to be true as a regional councillor too. We must consider all our citizens, not just those who live in a city or community in which we are selected or appointed. I am well aware that if you choose to select me as a councillor, to a degree, my role will be different than yours. You were elected based on the positions you were able to articulate to citizens. They, in turn, were able to vote for you with more knowledge about you. As an appointed councillor, I believe that I must consider this. I will seek the advice of all of you. I believe that consulting with regional staff is another way of assuring myself that I have the best information available before making a decision. And I want to take a moment and talk about some issues that I believe are regional priorities at this time. First, public transit is both the transportation and development backbone of our region, as well as the essential service for many of our citizens. I look forward to the forthcoming report on the LRT options for Cambridge in upcoming weeks. The LRT has proven to be an integral part of our region's growth plan and meets the need of those looking for transportation alternatives and has driven growth along the existing corridor, and it's a great opportunity for this council to preside over the extension of this project to Cambridge after adequate consultation with council and the residents about the options for consideration. Second, childcare accessibility. Affordable childcare is critical for families and our local economy. Through my work at CAWA, I have had many women who are still struggling to find a childcare spot after their baby is born and after their maternity leave ended, despite their active registration for their unborn baby on the one list of the Waterloo region. I am so delighted to see the region's plan to use modular childcare centers as an innovative solution to a crisis that can't wait. I support taking a bold, practical steps like this while also planning for sustainable long-term childcare infrastructure. Third, affordable housing could continue to be a priority issue for council. I believe that the region and our cities, townships, and developers have roles to play in providing affordable solutions. I look forward to learning more about potential solutions from all of you and our partners. Remaining. I am prepared to support solutions that make the best sense of our region. Homelessness and encampments continue to be news items in our local newspaper. I know that we must find ways to address these issues. It will require cooperation and involvement of all levels of government as well as other stakeholders groups. In summary, let me say that I am prepared to bring my experience and skills to the role of councillor if you choose to appoint me. Again, I am committed to working with you on the current priorities of the council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Asthma. The next speaker is Marinus Degrroot. Welcome, and you have the floor in 5 minutes. Martin, can you push the button?
That one. Okay, sorry. The original motivation for putting my name forward as willing to serve on council for the balance of this term was reading in the paper that the region is considering supporting the formation of something like an arts council to serve and represent the region as a whole. And my first thought was to take this as an opportunity to draw attention to work that was done by the regional arts community itself on its own initiative starting about 10 years ago. And what was accomplished then can serve as a starting point, a strong starting point for conceiving and assembling a new cultural development and arts representation agency. I think this approach offers a way for the work to proceed without further delay and in the most cost-effective way possible. Now, I'm not saying that as regional councillor, I'm going to make this part of my job. On the contrary, serving as councillor will actually disqualify me from being directly involved because this is the kind of thing that has to come from the community itself. If I am the person that you choose to join you as a councillor, I would make the case that our job would be to welcome and encourage and support this kind of work, especially the challenge of building something that can serve the region as a whole, but also each and every one of its constituent elements. And there's no other entity that's better equipped to help make this happen because the whole region is represented around this horseshoe, including all 7 of the mayors. And council could help make sure that the end result would be an arts service organization, but also a public service organization, because an arts council is part of the basic civic infrastructure of any community. Now, beyond emphasizing the practical value of a freestanding arts service and representative agency, I would work hard to change perception of how arts, culture, and heritage fit into the picture. The state of the arts can be precarious sometimes, but we're not dealing with another problem for municipal leaders to take care of here. We're dealing with part of the solution. We're not dealing with a special interest or a sector. We're dealing with an all-points connector. Cultural development relates to every kind of municipal planning and development. I mentioned in my statement how being part of the Waterloo Regional Arts Council for 16 years taught me how to think in regional terms. I had to because it was my job. I also mentioned how my experience sitting at the table of the Citizens for Better Government, discussing municipal restructuring, was an education in how the region and its various elements work and how things could be improved, not just here in Greater Waterloo, but provincially and throughout the nation. I think we can all agree that we need to work towards better balance, not just between the region and its constituent elements, the so-called upper and lower tier, but among all the spheres of government in Canada as a democracy.
You have 1 minute remaining.
Okay. I wrote all these things before I saw that list of 43 others who have stepped forward willing to serve in a position that only one of us can fill. And I've heard it said this is going to make your choice very difficult. I think it's actually going to make it easy. There's so much talent, ability, and goodwill at your service, at your disposal here, you almost can't go wrong. And if I'm the one that's chosen, I'm ready and willing to work with any of the others. And if not, the 43 of us are actually, that's enough to constitute a formidable movement. And we wouldn't have to agree on everything or narrow our scope to one or two priorities. We could serve our community, we could serve the greater good in many, many different ways, from many, many different angles. So I guess what I'm saying is, in or out, I'm ready to serve if there's a way that I can make a contribution. And I'll conclude by just saying thank you for your attention and your consideration.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Payush Nanda. Welcome to the podium, and you have 5 minutes.
Good morning, Honorable Regional Council. My name is Payush Nanda. I've lived in the region for the past 13 years, went to school at the University of Waterloo, and now I work as an engineer at Toyota. And today I'm seeking your vote to fill the vacancy for the next regional councillor. Until October of 2018, my main goal in life was to have the biggest house, the nicest car, and climb the corporate ladder because I thought that is what success was. But then a series of major life changes happened all at the same time. It turned my world completely upside down, and I was left thinking, what is it that I want to do in life? And the answer came pretty quickly. I want to use my life to help people. But how? That part took some time, took some thinking and pondering, until about a month or so later when it hit me. Through politics, by representing people, by listening to people's concerns, and using my knowledge and skills as an engineer at Toyota to make government run more effectively and efficiently, and to work every single day to make those issues go away. I do this on a somewhat smaller basis now. In my day-to-day job as a senior engineer at Toyota, I listen to the concerns of people there, and I do my very best every single day to make their jobs building cars easier, whether that means making changes to pieces of machinery or just improving processes. Outside of my job, I'm involved in the community through various volunteering activities. I serve on the board of directors for the Cambridge Memorial Hospital Foundation, as well as on the board of directors for the Conservative Party of Canada for the Kitchener South Hespeler riding. I was also the past vice president of Cambridge Toastmasters, which is a public speaking non-for-profit organization, as well as chair of the board of the Toyota Young Professionals. It's a subset within Toyota dedicated to improving the professional development opportunities for employees. Between 2020 and 2021, I also volunteered at the One Roof Youth Shelter in Kitchener, talking to vulnerable youth and listening to their concerns. I carry a solid knowledge of planning and budgeting through my time at Toyota Young Professionals and at Cambridge Toastmasters. And through my Cambridge City Council run in 2022, I learned the importance of listening to constituents truly without just listening to respond. I'm a highly organized and self-disciplined individual, and I can pick up concepts really quickly. I can speak 6 different languages, soon to be 7, and regularly travel the world in search of different experiences. I use a platform called Workaway. It's a non-for-profit organization which lets me travel and live with locals all over the world. And these type of experiences have really shaped me because I've seen that a lot of the solutions to the problems we have at home are already being developed or are in use in different parts of the world. Issues like drug problems, homelessness, housing, and transportation. If I'm appointed as regional council, I will use the remaining time I have until next year's election to work alongside every single one of you to achieve your 2023 to 2027 strategic vision plan, as well as working diligently to analyze and approve the next year's budget, ensuring it is fair, balanced, and an efficient use of taxpayers' dollars. I will seek support and guidance from all of you, including staff, to quickly get onboarded, ensure the constituents know who I am, what I stand for, and listen to their concerns starting from day one, so I too can be an effective regional councillor. My goal is not to be a career politician, but rather use this time I have in public office to effect real...
You have 1 minute remaining.
positive change so that when constituents look at this body of regional councillors, they know that every single one of them has their back and their best interests at heart. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Brooklyn Wallace. Brooklyn, welcome to the podium, and you have 5 minutes.
Hello, my name is Brooklyn Wallace. I am a local community organizer and politician in Waterloo Region. I am co-founder of the Waterloo Region chapter of the Acorn Tenants Union. I am a director at Spectrum, Waterloo Region's Rainbow Community Space. I was also the chair of Kitchener's Climate Change and Environmental Committee from 2022 to 25 and am a current sitting member. I also ran for Kitchener City Council in 2022 and for Kitchener Centre MPP this February. Many of you already know me from my longstanding and clear commitment to this region and community via protests, council meetings, community events, and my campaigns. Many people here might be seeing this as this appointment process as a shortcut into a political career. And I ask you this, do you show commitment to your constituents by taking shortcuts? After 2 election campaigns, I have done the demanding work running for office that is actually integral to being a politician. The role of regional councillor is about communicating with, connecting with, and representing the people that you actually represent, something I've shown a strong commitment to. As a result of all of my hard work, nearly 4,000 people have chosen me as their candidate in the 2 elections I have run in. There has been almost 3,800 people, different times that people have said, I want her to represent me. There are no shortcuts here. I know that many of you have been approached by applicants to talk about this vote in private, but I haven't. The reason is that I already know a lot of you around the table, and it feels like cheating to use my personal relationships to talk behind closed doors during a process that people already feel sort of wibbly about. I'm not taking any shortcuts no matter what. My qualifications for council itself are as follows. I'm already familiar with the process of government and have no illusion when it comes to what is actually achievable in this 1 year and change. I would bring a voice to council that was sadly taken from it. Carrie and I were friends. Much of my wardrobe are hand-me-downs. I think the pants that I'm wearing are actually from her. We had similar perspectives and thought highly of each other. I would also be bringing a voice to council that has rarely ever been heard. I'm under 30. I'm a renter. I'm low income. I do not have a car, and I rely only on my bike for public transit to get around the region. Not only do I bring a perspective that council doesn't currently have, but I bring one that tends to be priced out of political engagement. My work experience is in retail and in renewable energies. I've dealt with angry members of the public. I have stood on roofs while installing solar panels. I am a blue-collar woman, despite not always looking at it like it. And most relevantly to council, I co-founded Acorn Waterloo Region, as I mentioned, and am highly involved with housing and homelessness organizing in the area.
You have 1 minute remaining.
I would be ecstatic to be able to assist in the plan to end chronic homelessness in any and every way I can, bringing my experiences and my connections to the table. I would be able to bring so much to this council, and I hope that you can all see that clearly. No, I'm not a classical politician. I've never had the chance to do political science classes or model UN in high school or anything like that. I am known to loudly explain zoning laws at bars after a couple drinks. And that is genuine. But I will say this, that is what I think politics needs right now. They need young people like myself to be able to stand there, not acting exactly what you expect politicians to maybe act like, but acting like the people that are standing around us. So I ask you today to select a young woman who is connected and known in her community, who has experience with government and with the public. A young woman who will be a public servant for her entire life. A young woman named Brooklyn Wallace. Thank you.
Thank you, Brooklyn. The next speaker is Julie Cflesh. Welcome, Julie, to the podium, and you have 5 minutes.
Okay. I was so worried about the button. Chair Redmond, councillors, and residents of Waterloo Region, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Julie Cflesh, and I've spent over 25 years working and serving in this community. 10 of those inside municipal government and alongside many of you. I've advised elected officials, supported emergency responses, led public health communications during the pandemic, and worked alongside people and organizations to tackle some of our most complex challenges. This isn't just professional for me, it's also personal. I live here, I work here, and I'm raising my family here. I know that the decisions that are made in this room shape people's daily lives, and I'm ready to bring both experience and heart to this role. When I considered this opportunity, I spent time researching and reflecting on Councillor Williams' vision for this seat. While we're not the same person, I wanted to ensure that we were aligned, especially because she was chosen by our community to fill this role based on her vision. Carrie campaigned on clear, people-centered priorities: affordability, improved transit, and better access to healthcare. Her vision was rooted in her academic background and deep community engagement. I too share these priorities. In my career, I've supported initiatives that improve affordability, accessibility, and quality of life. In my current nonprofit health role with Sanguine Health Centre, I advocate for deeply affordable and supportive housing and improved healthcare access, especially for those who face barriers, often because of their housing status. Carrie also championed transparency and accountability, and I've seen firsthand how public trust grows when decisions are made openly and complex issues are addressed with clarity, honesty, and integrity. These are values that I also hold very strongly. If appointed, I'll work hard to understand and champion the unique needs of Kitchener residents, ensuring they feel represented, heard, and supported. Even though I don't live in Kitchener, I've worked in many roles that have served this community and understand that even within one city, priorities can differ widely, and the best way to serve is to listen first, build relationships, and meet people where they're at. I also understand that Kitchener needs are at times closely tied to those of our neighboring cities and townships. Effective regional governance means balancing urban and rural priorities, always with an eye to equity and sustainability. My career so far has taught me the importance of collaboration, whether coordinating a multi-agency communication strategy to address unsanctioned street gatherings, leading pandemic communications, or working with housing and healthcare partners to address homelessness. The best outcomes come from bringing people together, finding common ground, and making evidence-based decisions. If appointed, I will keep Carrie's vision in mind while pursuing regional priorities with integrity, empathy, and tenacity. I will uphold transparency and ensure all residents, especially those who chose her, feel seen, heard, and supported. This would not be the beginning of my service, but a continuation of decades of commitment to this region. I bring the knowledge, relationships, and readiness to contribute from day one, along with the dedication to listen, learn, and make sure every resident's voice is included at this table. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Julie. Next speaker is Michael Fillion. Michael, are you in the chamber? I'm going to move on. The next speaker then is Christina Schipper. Christina, welcome to the podium, and you have 5 minutes.
Hello. As we grow toward 1 million people, we face the question of whether our policies encourage people who move here to put down roots and build community, or just pass through. My name is Christina Schipper, and I'm seeking to join you as Regional Councillor representing Kitchener because I want to help strengthen the sense of place that makes the Waterloo region special. Place is about belonging, connection, and shared responsibility. It's about how we care for each other and our environment. It's what makes a house a home, a neighborhood a community, and a region somewhere people want to build their future. Being involved and invested in one's place has been instilled in me from a young age, has taken greater meaning in my education and work experience, and has guided my drive to build that sense of place for my family. For over a decade, my family and I have been building our place in the Waterloo region. We've entered this region's story as renters and homeowners, as transit users and drivers, walking trails and sidewalks from Wilmot to Cambridge, shopping at farmers markets across municipalities, and building friendships that span our communities. This isn't just where we live, it's where we belong. And as our region grows, we need leaders who understand that growth must come with care, connection, and community. Regional decisions shape our sense of place every day. Transit routes determine how easily people can access jobs, education, and each other. Housing policies decide who gets to call this place home. I've seen the challenges of balancing competing priorities, of ensuring traffic flows while maintaining walkability, managing growth while preserving character. These decisions require someone who understands both community impact and implementation complexities. When a child can't safely bike to the library because of a new roundabout, or a teacher leaves because she can't find housing here, these are erosions of place that we must consider in our planning. In my work in education, I've learned that effective governance is about celebrating what makes each place special while addressing our common needs. I have a bachelor's degree in political science and sociology from the University of Ottawa, and I've worked as a policy analyst with the federal government where I researched complex issues to build evidence-based policy. In what was then called the Department of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development Canada, I worked to support First Nations schools in developing kindergarten programs appropriate to their own local character, capacity, and needs. This work required collaboration between federal and regional partners, local and national stakeholders, and many layers of government. My master's in education focused on place-based education for marginalized communities, experience that taught me how displacement and disrupted connections affect people's ability to thrive. This perspective helps me recognize when regional policies might inadvertently exclude or displace residents, ensuring our growth truly serves everyone. Even during the busy years of raising 4 children, I've remained engaged locally, working elections, serving on Kitchener's strategic plan, resident panel, and volunteering through my church to develop protection policies for our most vulnerable members and feed neighbors experiencing food insecurity at Ray of Hope. My experience has shown that effective policies require evidence, community engagement, and understanding of implementation challenges. As regional councillor, I will bring this disciplined approach to decision-making while quickly immersing myself in current regional files and strengthening relationships between the region, community members, and other levels of government. I understand the research— You have 1 minute remaining. Thank you. I understand the research and consultation processes you rely on. And my community involvement gives me insights into how regional decisions play out in neighborhoods across our municipalities. The region's strategic plan speaks of growing with care, exactly what place building means. As regional councillor, I commit to bringing this perspective to our discussions, asking, will this help people stay and build community here? And what practical challenges might prevent it from working as intended? This fall, my youngest will start kindergarten, and I'm ready to dedicate significant time to this work and the steep learning curve of joining council midterm. My policy background has taught me how to quickly analyze complex files, understand stakeholder positions, and contribute meaningfully to ongoing discussions. I've spent years building place in our neighborhoods, church, and community, and now I'm eager to expand that commitment to serve all of us in this region. I offer you my policy experience and research experience, my time and energy, and my commitment to join you in ensuring that as we grow to 1 million people, we grow as a community where everyone can truly belong.
Thank you, Christina. Next speaker is Fazia Mazour. Fazia, welcome. You have the podium and you have 5 minutes. The clock doesn't start till you start talking, Fazia.
Hello? Hi? Is that good? Okay. Good morning, Regional Chair Redmond and esteemed council member. It is with deep respect and a profound sense of responsibility that I spoke to you today. I want to begin by honoring Councillor Carrie Williams, whose legacy of integrity, compassion, and bridge building continues to inspire so many of us, including myself. My heartfelt congratulations to everyone who have stepped forward today. It takes courage, conviction, and a deep love for community to offer oneself for public service. I am honored to be among such dedicated individuals, some of whom I've had the privilege to work alongside, mentor, or be inspired by. I come from a civically and politically engaged family. As the eldest child, I often accompanied my parents, absorbing lessons in leadership, accountability, and community care. Their early exposure shaped my lifelong commitment to civic engagement. When I immigrated to Canada 25 years ago, my family settled in downtown Kitchener, where we ran a small retail business. One afternoon, while walking through downtown, I discovered Kitchener City Hall. I was struck by how freely the public could enter, move around, and participate. That openness made me fall in love with the City Hall, where I began attending town halls, public meetings, and community events, laying the foundation for my deep engagement in municipal governance. Over the years, City Hall became a place of choice for me to host countless public engagement events through CORIC, the Pakistan-Canada Association, Coalition of Muslim Women of KW, from the World Refugee Day observations to art and dialogue events bridging communities. City Hall was a space where civic life came alive for me. That access inspired not only me, but countless others, especially racialized women, to be able to see themselves as part of the democratic process. I was the first visibly racialized Muslim woman to run two highly visible and impact municipal campaigns. Despite invitations to run federally or provincially, I chose to stay focused on municipal governance because I believe this is where the connection to the community is strongest and the impact most immediate. In 2018, I ran for a seat on regional council, becoming the only candidate in today's pool who has done so. I was embraced by this community. I received nearly 10,000 votes, and I knew many more were rooting for me, even if they were not eligible to vote at that time. If selected, I will focus on housing and homelessness. I believe in housing first strategy. I'm humbled to have led the launch of the region's first of its kind transitional housing initiative for racialized women. As part of the plan to end chronic homelessness, I will continue to champion coordinated, community-driven, and responsive approaches to housing insecurity and homelessness prevention. Community safety and well-being. Having served on the region's Community Safety and Well-being Steering Committee, I believe in upstream solutions that address root causes. I will advocate for investment in mental health, youth support, newcomer inclusion, and hate prevention efforts that ensure everyone feels safe and welcome in our communities.
You have 1 minute remaining.
Truth and reconciliation. I'm deeply committed to advancing truth and reconciliation in meaningful, sustained ways. This includes listening to and working alongside Indigenous communities, honoring their leadership, and ensuring that Region's programs and policies are guided by the calls to action and Indigenous rights framework. I believe that there are others, but I'm just going to. Equity and anti-racism, service sustainability, and fiscal responsibility is a big one for me. I will advocate for the greater financial sustainability for our regional services. This includes bringing a strong partnership with provincial and federal government to secure fair long-term funding. I'm inspired by the Councillor Williams' example and fully committed to continuing her legacy of thoughtful relationship-based governance. If selected, I will bring an experienced, inclusive, and community-informed voice to Council. Thank you for your time and consideration. I would be honored to join you all in building a stronger, more inclusive Waterloo region. Thank you.
Thank you, Fazia. Next speaker is Simon Guthrie. Simon, you have 5 minutes, and you might want to wait till Fazia can go back to her seat, and then we'll start the clock. Simon, whenever you're ready.
The nerves will always be there. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to engage in such a transparent and public way. In my application statement, I wrote about the trajectory of my life, with over 30 years lived in Waterloo Region, the last 19 of those in Kitchener. I blend technical expertise and community leadership. With graduate degrees in physics and peace and conflict studies, my career spans innovation, public policy, and restorative justice. I've led programs, built budgets, and fostered cross-sector collaboration, always grounded in evidence, relationships, and consensus building. Budgeting is one of Council's most important responsibilities, and we're moving into budget season, and it's one I take very seriously. I've prepared, managed, and approved budgets from small community programs to multi-million-dollar initiatives. My approach combines fiscal discipline with a clear focus on results, ensuring every dollar supports our community's priorities. I know how to balance immediate needs with long-term sustainability and how to make trade-offs while maintaining transparency and public trust. I'm committed to serving the rest of the full council term, bringing curiosity, humility, and deep commitment to strengthening the fabric of our community. Kitchener's urban, suburban, and industrial strengths are deeply connected to the rural and agricultural heritage of the surrounding townships, and together they form one interconnected regional community. Our history shows that collaboration and clear communication between the area municipalities and regional government has always been one of our greatest strengths. Growth in any one part of the region benefits us all. If I have the privilege of joining this council, I'm excited by the opportunities to shape a region that is more connected, more sustainable, and more inclusive than ever before. The decisions will come soon and often, and the consequences will echo for generations. The plan to end chronic homelessness gives us a community-driven path to reach functional zero by 2030. Its recommendations are backed by concrete actions. We will broaden housing and prevention supports, create whole community leadership, center lived experience, and unite housing first with a human rights approach. Implementation demands breaking down silos, aligning health, justice, and housing systems, and investment from all levels of government. This is a commitment to systemic transformation built with and for our community. Acting on it is our responsibility and our opportunity to ensure everyone has a place to call home. The Build Canada Homes initiative, announced just this week by the federal government, offers a major opportunity to accelerate affordable, supportive, and therapeutic housing. It acknowledges, and I quote, "The private market alone cannot provide affordable housing options. By partnering with this federal home builder, we can leverage public land, low-cost financing, and modular construction to deliver projects faster and at lower cost. Aligning these investments with our homelessness plan will ensure new units are not only affordable, but also appropriately designed for their future residents and designed with wraparound supports for people with complex needs. Extending Ion Light Rail into Cambridge will catalyze housing, economic growth, and stronger communities across the region. By connecting Cambridge to the Kitchener-Waterloo LRT spine, the extension will encourage higher density mixed-use housing and reduce pressure on greenfield development. It will link Cambridge's businesses and institutions to the regional labour market, attract investment, and foster inclusive mobility for residents of all ages and incomes. A new hospital in Waterloo is a once-in-a-century opportunity to meet critical health needs and deliver benefits to the community. The region can support it by ensuring that surrounding infrastructure, such as transit, cycling routes, and road access, integrates smoothly with equitable access from across the region. Emerging technologies, especially artificial intelligence, offer powerful tools for governments, but their adoption demands extreme caution. Public decisions shape lives, often in irreversible ways. When technology is involved, the risks of bias, misuse, and unintended consequences are magnified. I bring the technical literacy and social insight to ensure these tools are used ethically, transparently, and in ways that strengthen trust in our democratic systems. In leadership, humility means listening as much as speaking, and recognizing that the best decisions are rarely made alone. Curiosity means being willing to ask the extra question, to seek out voices we haven't yet heard, and to consider evidence that may challenge our first instincts. On regional council, these qualities can't be abstract ideals. Rather, they are essential tools for building trust, finding common ground, and making decisions that stand the test of time. They are the approach I bring to every conversation and every decision. Since 2022, I've knocked on thousands of doors in Kitchener and Waterloo and had hundreds of conversations with neighbours. I'm ready to bring that living connection along with my experience, values, and full commitment to the work ahead. Grounded in evidence, strengthened by relationships, and driven by consensus, I can help this council deliver the results our community needs and deserves. I'm excited to get to work. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. The next speaker is Carrie Wright. I believe Carrie is joining us virtually. Carrie, if you turn your camera on, welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. First of all, I apologize that I'm not able to attend the special council meeting in person. I promise you I'm not on vacation. I had a previous commitment outside the country where other people were relying on me, so it's not something that I was able to change. So again, I apologize. I've described my qualifications and related work experience in greater detail in the written submission. I'll say just quickly that I worked as a senior research analyst in the Ontario government for almost 10 years after completing my PhD at Laurier, where I studied the influence of community and social policy on child and youth development. I'm now based back at Laurier, where I teach a master's level course in public policy analysis, and I have an active research program in public sector innovation. Most of my current consulting and research work is in other countries, and that's really the heart of my motivation to apply as a counselor. I'm deeply interested in contributing to my own community instead of working and building in the other nations. For a long time, my family, we moved around. My husband was in the military, so we spent time in British Columbia, in Manitoba, in Ontario. We were based in the Trenton area. Then there were other career-building opportunities that took us outside of Canada. But 3 years ago, we chose to resettle in Kitchener. My husband is from there. That's where I studied, so we wanted to be closer to family and friends, but also because after living around the world, it's the place that felt most like our home, and we wanted to go back home. So we've bought our forever house. We're very excited to be based back in Kitchener. I've been getting involved in the community through clubs and volunteering, other organizations. But I'm interested in a deeper connection in being able to invest in supporting and building my own community. I've always been drawn to the public service. Yes, I worked in the Ontario government, but even as a teenager, I was the youth representative on the town council for my little hometown in Oxford County. So I'm committed to this idea of strong, trustworthy public governance. I care about the same things that are important to you, to other residents, and to the strategic plan. I care about public transit. Our household only has one car, so I'm an active public transit user. I care about equity and surfacing the voices of those people that are often excluded. I care about affordability. I care about sustainable growth, the same things that are listed in the strategic plan. My work approach is community-based, collaborative, and evidence-informed. I'm proud to be a resident of the region of Waterloo, and I would love to serve my community and contribute to its strategic growth and sustainability. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Carrie. Our next speaker is Miffra Abid. Miffra, welcome to the podium. You have 5 minutes.
Can you hear me? Okay. Good morning, respected Madam Chair and members of this council. My name is Miffra Abid, and I'm here to put my name forward as the next regional councillor. But before that, I'd like to talk about 5 key traits that I bring to this table that I believe could help becoming a good and well-serving councillor to this region. Number 1, I'm committed to social justice. There's a line from Dr. Seuss that I often quote to my children, that a person is a person no matter how small. And I live by that principle. My years of experience in equity and anti-racism work is testament to my commitment to social justice. Whether you are a small business owner in Kitchener downtown, or someone who lives in a rural street in Woolwich, whether you are an elderly person in a retirement home, or a youth in a newcomer family, I believe each and everyone deserves care, respect, and that their needs should be met. I am a settler here in this land, and I'm learning about the Indigenous principle of one dish, one spoon. And I hope to bring that lens, that equity lens, to this council if elected. Number 2, I bring a new voice. Waterloo region is changing rapidly. Over a quarter of our residents are newcomers, and more than 27% identify as visible minorities. This region needs a leader who can engage meaningfully with both sides of this growing story, those who have lived here all their lives and those who are building new lives here. I am at that intersection, but I'm also that bridge. I came to Canada from India less than 8 years ago and to this region in 2020. This is the home I've chosen, and this is where I'm invested. For years, I have helped victims who, in responding to their grievances with hate and discrimination in this region, first with the Coalition of Muslim Women, and now with the University of Waterloo. This has sharpened my ability to listen very deeply and to connect with community members at a very, very deep level and establish trust with them. I have been a conduit between marginalized voices and decision makers, because policy change is only as good and meaningful as how it impacts the people it serves. We already have very strong initiatives in the region, and I intend to leverage my strengths, my connections, my empathy
to champion them, making sure they're not just economically viable, but that they truly benefit the people's lives in this region. Because a community that takes care of the most vulnerable members is the community that works best for everyone. Number 3, I'm a consensus builder. Complex decisions, especially around high-stake matters like budgeting, requires finding common ground. I have navigated high-conflict, high-diversity spaces with a calm and composed demeanor, but also a focus on solutions. Through the CMW CGI SULA program, I learned firsthand how the principles of restorative justice and mediation can move people from conflict to collaboration. I listen carefully, not to refute, but to uncover hidden and shared goals beneath all the disagreements. As an elected board director of the University of Waterloo Staff Association, this is the approach I bring to the governance there, and this is the approach that I intend to bring here. Number 4, I am not new to the landscape. For years, I've been an active member of the Region of Waterloo's Immigration Partnership and Combating Hate Action Table. I worked on the forefronts with reportinghate.ca, which is funded by the region and run by the Coalition of Muslim Women. I'm also a regular contributor to the Waterloo Records opinion page. Through all of this, I worked across systems and also had the privilege to work with many esteemed counselors on this panel. I worked at the grassroots, in schools, universities, policing, healthcare, advocating for victims, training municipal staff, and advising on anti-racism policy. I believe that this region needs an all-hands-on-deck approach, and I can be that connector to bring people on board. Lastly, I am realistic. Having worked from both within and outside systems, I know that change can be painfully slow, but I also realize that if today is better than yesterday, that is progress. I don't believe that any one person has the answers to all this region's issues, but I do believe that I'm that one person who can work with 14 others here to make impactful and real change. They say it takes a village. I came to this region less than 5 years before, and today I am here with all the connections I've made through trust and talking and listening to people. I am here with my sleeves rolled up to work alongside with you to build a region that works for everyone, whether they're newcomers or longtime residents. Because as I mentioned, a person is a person, no matter how small. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Alan Beaupre. Alan, welcome to the podium, and you have 5 minutes.
Good morning. I want to start, as I always do, by thanking Council for serving. It's a thankless job, and I appreciate what you do for us. I wanted to leave you today with a nugget that describes me. And I'm sure that all of you, or most of you that dealt with me, probably have something different to say, but we have respect in this council chamber. And my wife of 51 years, I'm sure she's got something else to describe me. But the word I want to leave you with today is realistic. And that word comes from the owner and chairman of a private corporation on whose board I sit. And many years ago, he said to me, he said, Al, the only reason you're on this board is because you're realistic. I took that as a compliment. If you were to appoint me to council, my main focus would certainly be on the finances. I'm of the view that our country's finances are deteriorating at all levels. And we're going to have to adapt to the new reality. There will be less, not more funds transferred from senior levels of government. Locally, this means having to say no to worthy projects because tax increases of 4 times the rate of inflation are not sustainable. Some of the region's main employers are under significant financial stress. University of Waterloo, WLU, Conestoga College, just to name a few. Our manufacturing, let me back up for just a second there. Fewer students, especially Conestoga College, combined with layoffs, are going to have a major impact on our local economy. The manufacturing sector, I believe, is in uncharted territory and is likely to contract rather than expand. All of this leads to our region being fiscally prepared for these changes, because ignoring them is not an option. I can help lead the process to make the region stronger in this new reality. I'm ready to do that. Thank you. I've got a couple trivia items just to add to the end. My go-to book is When Perfect is Not Good Enough. And the Sir piece on my resume, which you have, I was knighted by Pope Francis during COVID, and thus the name Sir on my resume. It's the same title that Sir Edgar Bauer, the late Sir Edgar Bauer, held for many years. And the last piece is I don't own a tie. So thank you all very much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Brad Ball. Brad, welcome to the podium. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Hi, everybody. I'm Brad Ball. I came to the region about 30 years ago to join a company called Hewlett-Packard, one of the early companies in the high-tech region. I came to this area because of high-tech. I left this area 5 years later to go to Silicon Valley, and I spent almost 7 years in Silicon Valley working, and decided it was time to come back to the region because this is a place I wanted to grow my family. I started a young company here in 2006 and have been growing a software company here locally since that time, and have enjoyed the opportunity to work with great clients such as Formula One, the NBA, and some other great entertainment venues around the globe. My background is high tech. My family, however, are farmers. My grandparents had a farm in Saskatchewan, and as such, I see there needs to be a balance in this region between the growth of technology and the growth and the opportunity that we have in the ag field. So that's why I'm here today. So I thank you for your time, for allowing me to kind of bring these two topic areas and bring these topics areas together. When I'm not working in my high-tech company, I'm also a part-time instructor at Conestoga College. I'm in part of the IT and engineering faculty there, and I teach courses on AI, cryptocurrency, blockchain, and other technologies. So as you can see, my background is very unique in the fact that I come from an ag world that is married with technology. When I'm not doing these wonderful things with my company and with Conestoga College, I've been on the board of directors for a number of nonprofits, one being KW Gymnastics, where we took that club from the kind of the dark days of challenges when our deficit was really, really challenging to where it is today, where we're voted one of the #1 clubs across Canada, and we had the privilege of having the national championships and hosting the national championships here just before COVID, and very successful one at that. So why I'm here? I'm a neophyte to politics, but I'm not a neophyte to standing in front of individuals and doing what's right. So I'm here, and I'm here just providing my name to the council, to everyone here, and saying, thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for listening to me. And at the end of the day, what can I do for you? Again, technology is my passion. Agriculture is my focus. And at the end of the day, what I really like to do and really think we need to do is to bring that focus towards our budgeting resource allocation for the cities and for the region. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Shannon Nielsen. Shannon, welcome to the podium, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Before I begin today, I want to acknowledge the late Councillor Carrie Williams, whose untimely passing made this seat available. I didn't have the honor of knowing her personally, but I want to recognize the legacy that she left in this community and the relationships that she built during her time here. My sincere condolences go out to her family, her friends, and all of you who served alongside her. My name is Shannon Nielsen, and I've spent the last 25 years working within the very systems that shaped me. As a young child, I was supported by public and social services, from the Children's Aid Society to community YMCA leadership programming to subsidized housing supports. And I suppose you could say I've spent my entire adult life trying to return the favor. Since the year 2000, I have worked and volunteered in healthcare, both in long-term care and the acute care sector, taught in higher education, and worked in non-for-profit spaces. I have spent a quarter of a century doing the kind of quiet, behind-the-scenes work that makes a real difference in people's lives. Supporting patients and their family members in hospital hallways, developing mentorship programs for emerging leaders, creating space for youth to find their voice through podcasting programming, and helping people from all walks of life navigate spaces and systems that aren't always designed to be accessible. The human experience is something that I've always known and something that I continue to dedicate my life to. In 2023, I founded a not-for-profit organization called Olive Branch Mentorship Incorporated. Initially, we were focused on helping young people build confidence and career readiness. But in doing that work, I quickly realized mentorship isn't just a youth issue, it's an entire community issue. That's why I no longer ask young people today, what do you want to be when you grow up? Instead, I ask, what problems do you want to solve? And I suppose you could say that that's my underlying message for you here today. I'm here because I want to help solve problems. It is no secret that our region has challenges that need help solving, urgent and interconnected ones. Housing that's both affordable and attainable, transit that connects people to opportunity, economic stability that supports small businesses and major employers alike, an aging population facing social isolation and limited resources, and youth disengagement from policy and public life. I believe I'm ready to hit the ground running in this role by bringing both my systems experience and my community lens to these important conversations. I say this knowing that I may be one of the younger candidates speaking with you here today, but I also say it knowing that youth engagement in policy matters. If we want tomorrow's leaders to step up, we must give them a reason to believe that their voice matters. We can't just talk about succession. We as community leaders must live it, invest in it, and model what it looks like. Earlier this year, I was featured in the Globe and Mail for speaking out about the challenges that we are facing in the higher education system. I am one of the faculty that have been impacted by the changes that have been occurring. I was one of the faculty at Conestoga College. I am not afraid to speak transparently about the ways in which the system could be improved. I also believe the most important thing you can do as a leader is put yourselves in rooms with people you want to be like, change makers, those who care deeply, those who understand the value of community, people like all of you. And I know that you all appreciate that strong community-rooted programming is essential, not only for supporting our youth and elders, but for strengthening the entire social fabric that connects us across generations. While I may not have lived in Waterloo Region my entire life, I've put down roots here, and I have fallen in love with the Galt community over the last 4 years. After many years of wondering where I belonged, I found that this region feels like home. I can see myself continuing to build a life here and contributing to this very special area in our province in meaningful ways. I want to be clear, I don't take this opportunity lightly. I know that just being considered is a privilege, and I intend to honor that. I also know that in a group of 44 applicants, it's easy to stand out for something small, like being the only person with purple hair. If you remember me, I hope it is for more than that. Remember me for creating mentorship programs that have directly changed lives and opened doors for those who thought that they had none. Remember me for building strategic partnerships that turn good ideas into real, measurable impact in our community. Remember me as someone who has already dedicated 25 years to public and social services, and I'm only just getting started. And remember me for the quiet belief I carry that government can be human, that systems can be kind, and that community is something that we can build together. If given the chance to serve, even for a short time, I will work hard, listen closely, and contribute with everything I've got. I've seen where the system helps and where it fails. I've watched public services struggle to meet demand. We need practical innovation, but we also need heart, and I believe I bring both. Thank you for your time. It would be an honor to serve alongside you in this incredible region.
Thank you, Shannon. The next speaker is Christopher Moser. Christopher, welcome to the podium, and you have 5 minutes.
Through you, Chair Redmond, and esteemed council, members of council. As mentioned, my name is Chris Moser. I am a lifelong community member of the region, and I have provided you a summary of the passion I have for this region, along with my experience and insight I've gained over my years. I come before you asking for your support in appointing me to serve as a councillor and a colleague, so I can leverage my strength and knowledge for the benefit of our community. The community has reinvented itself several times in my 58 years and adapted to grow with the changing times. The region's strategic plan highlights important topics such as transit, employment, and affordable housing. Public transit was top priority for Moser Group when we purchased our first property in Waterloo, a location directly across the street from Conestoga Mall's transit hub, enabled staff to arrive by bus, widening the hiring pool and allowing students, families without or families with one car the ability to work for us. The LRT was an excellent investment to connect our community and provide reliable access throughout the region. Today, students, laborers, skilled laborers, supervisors, managers, and professionals can all get to work on time. Expanding the LRT to Cambridge is a must to increase access to jobs, shopping, and appointments. It would be a truly connected transit system. With my 42 years in business, I have met with different levels of government, and these relationships will help me to advocate for our fair share of tax dollars. Having 2 universities and a college in our community creates a unique environment for employment, growth, and careers for future generations. We have to retain the talent of our grads and of all of our residents who have grown up here or relocated here, a place where they can afford to live, ensuring everybody who wants to live and play in our region can achieve this dream. Fair taxes, affordable homes are at the top of the list. As a tradesman and a businessman, I am in daily discussions with all aspects of home building, from start to finish. With the firsthand knowledge and experience of what it takes to bring land online, from planning, engineering, environmental studies, then the sewers, storm sewers, water, roads, and parks come in. Figuring out how to cut red tape to make sure these projects happen faster and at lower cost will take a team effort. Once all this is completed, builders and trades come in not just to build houses, but they build homes and communities. As the townships become the region's suburbs, continuing to ensure united services through police, ambulance, and transit, strategic planning, and smart growth will allow our townships to flourish. We all seek a healthy, safe, and stable homes and amenities. The key to this is through financial stability and inclusivity. I ask for your support, and in return, I promise to work as a team member with each and every one of you, sharing our commitment and vision to ensuring all of our region remains vibrant and a place to call home. Remember my name, Chris Moser. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. The next speaker is Hannon Wahib. Welcome to the podium, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Hannon Wahib, and I'm here today to express my strong interest in serving as a regional councillor for City of Kitchener. I have lived, worked, and volunteered in this community for more than 24 years. This is my home, and I care deeply about the people, the challenges we face, and the future we can build together. I bring over 22 years of work experience with the region of Waterloo, most recently as a senior engineer. Over the years, I have led major projects that many of you may know, including the Spur Line Trail, Iron Horse Trail linked to future transit hub, and Fisher-Holman Road improvements. These projects were not just technical, they were built on collaboration. I sat down with residents and business owners and gathered their concerns on the ground. I worked side by side with advisory committees like ATAC and GRAS and the Regional Council. Let me tell you how these projects succeeded. I listened at every turn. I built trust through transparency and ensured that every recommendation I made to the Council did two things: reflected community voices and served the region's best interest. In addition to my professional work, I have been a volunteer mentor with the YMCA for over a decade. I have the privilege of mentoring newcomers, guiding them as they build their lives in our community. This work is close to my heart. It gives me the honor of standing beside new members of our community as they rebuild their lives with hope and dignity, helping them make this place home. Through my work and community involvement, I have witnessed the most pressing challenges our region faces, like housing affordability and homelessness crisis, aging infrastructure in need of modernization, insufficient regional funding to meet growing demands, and others. But here is the truth. There is no magic solution, but there are opportunities. With a strategic prioritization of core services, new federal investments, and a strong community engagement, we have the opportunity to turn this pressure into real progress. My vision is of a fair, inclusive, and sustainable region where everyone has an affordable place to call home. Neighborhoods feel safe, connected, and cared for, and no one is left behind. I believe I am the right fit because I have a high level of technical knowledge, community perspective, and a proven record of collaborative leadership. I understand the lived experiences of people in Kitchener and across the region. I know their challenges, their needs, and their hopes. I know how the region operates, from budget and services to decision-making and priorities. Having worked within the region's policies and protocols, I can navigate the system. I can make tough calls, and I can deliver real results, ensuring effective and meaningful representation for our community. I'm here today because I can help, and I will.
You have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. I'm here today because I can help, and I will. I am honored to serve. I will listen, be responsive, transparent, and accountable as we work together to shape a stronger future for our region. I'm not just asking for your vote, I'm asking for your partnership to build a Waterloo region grounded in fairness, driven by compassion, and committed to a brighter future we can shape together. Thank you for considering me.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Peter Elgen. Peter, welcome to the podium. You have 5 minutes.
I have 3 points. The root of the English word democracy is the Greek word demos. By demos, the ancient Greeks meant the common people, the opposite of the aristos, the aristocrats. So democracy means rule by the common people. It doesn't take a retired academic to know that we do not have rule by the common people. Far from it. In fact, we have entrenched militant opposition to that very idea. Rule must be kept out of the hands of the common people. They wouldn't know what to do with it, we say behind closed doors, because they're stupid, emotional, erratic. In fact, in liberal democracies like ours, the people the rulers fear most are the common people. They must be controlled at all costs. And so our council meetings and neighbourhood information meetings, and this very appointment by application process, are carefully arranged to minimise the impact of the common people, even as they are invited in to speak for 5 minutes or fill out their sticky notes. Secrecy attends major decisions. Did someone say Wilmot? It's hardly surprising then that routinely little more than a quarter of the electorate, that is, the common people, participate in municipal elections. Some democracy. That's point one. Point two is that the world is burning down, even as the common people suffer and resist. We are witnessing what I call the Armageddon four-step, comprising one, rapidly advancing climate breakdown with its devastating environmental and social consequences. Two, the threat to world peace from US NATO imperialism, including the threat of nuclear war, and Israel being permitted and assisted to carry out genocide in Gaza. Three, staggering wealth inequality arising from neoliberal capitalism, together with impoverishment of the disproportionately racialized common people, leading to vast movement of them from the global south to the global north, together with the growth in the north of precarious employment, food banks, and homeless encampments. And four, the rise of fascism, including right on our doorstep. The only thing worse than climate catastrophe is climate catastrophe plus fascism, writes Wen Stevenson in Learning to Live in the Dark. And most common people are still more afraid of losing their paycheck than losing the planet. So the question poses itself, what can the region of Waterloo do about all of this? Point three is my answer to this question. Much of it is based on Article 11 of the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, signed by Canada in 1966 and coming into effect in 1976, a mere 49 years ago. And I quote, "The states parties to the present covenant recognize the right of everyone to an adequate standard of living for themselves and their family, including adequate food, clothing, and housing, and to the continuous improvement of living conditions." So here's my program. One, until such time as the Constitution of Canada is suitably amended, have a paid Indigenous Advisory Committee report to Regional Council. Two, hold a series of citizens' assemblies to hear directly from the common people what their concerns are, what they need, what they want. Let the shit hit the fan. Three, feed everyone who is going without adequate, nourishing food. Four, house everyone who is homeless, including the encampment residents at Victoria and Weber. Five, build only...
You have 1 minute remaining.
Thanks. Build only affordable and supportive housing until everyone is adequately housed and not in high-rises. Six, require renewable energy resources for all buildings in the region. Seven, accelerate the building of the LRT extension to Cambridge, develop a much denser network of electric bus feeder routes than currently exists. Eight, enable participatory budgeting at the community level after the example of Porto Alegre. 9, facilitate and encourage worker-owned enterprises. 10, in collaboration with local farmers, develop a timeline and means to replace animal-based farming with plant-based farming. 11, say no to Bills 5 and 17. The late Carrie Williams was a stellar progressive regional councillor for Kitchener. She was a student of my friend and WLU political science colleague Thomas Huglin. She conducted research at Laurier on poverty reduction strategies and organized a community meals program through Stanley Park Community Association called Stanley Park Eats. Like me, she made her home in Kitchener. It would be an honor to carry on and further develop her progressive agenda at Regional Council.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Maggie Lamb. Maggie, welcome to the podium. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning, Chair Redmond and councillors, mayors and staff, and fellow candidates. It is a pleasure to be here this morning and a privilege to be participating in this process. I appreciate all the effort that's gone into preparing for today's meeting. But most importantly, I also want to just take a moment to honor the memory of Councillor Carrie Williams. Let me begin with a quick overview of my professional background, followed by highlights of my public service. And I'll conclude by sharing the answer to the question of why I'm here today. I have an eclectic background. I studied music history, then information science at the graduate level. All that time, I was also working on a small creative agency. Later, I went on to find my own software company. I don't fit into a familiar box, but that's actually helped me find belonging in a variety of interesting places. That's why I find myself working at the intersection of business, technology, and the arts with a healthy dose of experience working with wonderful people from rural, Indigenous, and disability communities. I carry the stories I've heard from the margins with me wherever I go, and I try to elevate their voices wherever I am. In my professional life, I traverse different domains and contexts with ease. I'm quick to grasp complex issues, and I'm really good at engaging thoughtfully and respectfully with different perspectives. These are some of the professional experiences I hope to bring to council. I moved to Kitchener about a decade ago. I was raising 2 young children through the pandemic while trying to run a business. Through that, I was looking for a stronger connection to the new home that I'd found, and I turned to public service. For the past 3 years, I have served on the Kitchener Public Libraries Board and its first vice chair for the last 2. I'm currently on Kitchener's Economic Development Advisory Committee as vice chair, and I'm also the past chair of Kitchener's Arts and Culture Advisory Committee. In all of those roles, I cultivated great working relationships with city staff at the City of Kitchener while navigating the constraints of local government effectively. Over the years, I've really come to appreciate this region for its diversity. And I don't just mean the urban centers for their industrial, cultural, and tech hubs. I'm referring to the surrounding areas, the townships. And by that, I mean the townships in the outskirts that feed this province and even feed the country at large. All of this is the foundation upon which the future of this region should be built. We all have a part to play, and we need each other to thrive. I strongly believe this. So it's no coincidence that my family's favorite parks are in places like Elmira, St. Clement, and Baden. We love, as urbanites, we love our weekly rides through the farmlands and to make simple human connections with local residents around the region. These are some of the values I would bring to council. Being a councillor is an incredible responsibility and one that I am prepared to dive headlong into. In all my public service experiences, I've enjoyed contributing to a community that's invested in the public good. I've worked really hard to be effective in my roles, and I find the prospect of applying myself this way at the regional level very energizing, but also very humbling. I think this is the attitude you need to be effective, not only in public service, but also to work collaboratively with council and staff as a team. I understand that every decision at council has trade-offs, but they're all informed by the strategic plan that's been developed with public input. Moving business forward means working towards those objectives as we navigate the near-term challenges and opportunities. I appreciate the complexity of this region, and I'm excited to bring what I hope will be a unifying but different perspective to council. There are many eligible candidates here today.
1 minute remaining.
But I believe that my skills and experiences in the private sector and in public service makes me one of the best candidates to work with all of you to move the business of council forward as far as we can, all together. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Wasma Fuk. Wasma, welcome to the podium, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, Regional Chair Redman and esteemed members of the Council. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. My name is Wasma Fuk, and I'm deeply honored to be considered for the privilege of representing my city of Kitchener on Regional Council. Before I begin, I want to pay a tribute to the late Councillor Carrie Williams. Her legacy of warmth, tired advocacy, and public service continues to inspire all who serve in this council and in this community. I stand here with the hope of carrying that spirit forward. I come to you as a human rights lawyer with over 25 years of experience at the intersection of justice, policy, and community resilience. My journey began in Afghanistan, where I defended the rights of children and women under some of the most difficult circumstances imaginable. I helped lead national legal reforms, built grassroots peace initiatives, and supported survivors of violence in their fight for justice, often at great personal risk. My job included as a counselor on the Afghanistan High Peace Council. For the past 4 years, I've been building a case at the International Court of Justice, and I've also been working at the community level. During my work in Afghanistan, I have had the unique opportunity to collaborate with the Canadian Armed Forces, advising them on how to build trust and strengthen the safety in local communities. That experience deepened my respect for Canada's values of fairness, inclusion, and partnership. For the past 8 years, coming to Kitchener gave me something I had never experienced before, the chance to live and lead in a democracy where women can speak freely, lead freely, and raise their children without fear. That's a privilege I'll never take for granted. Here, I found a community that looks out for one another in a place where I know I can contribute meaningfully. Since settling here, I've been committed to serving my community. I've supported newcomers through reintegration programs at Refugee 613. I've delivered trauma-informed mental health services in Kitchener and Cambridge, and advanced civic engagement through local initiatives with organizations like Family and Children's Services of Waterloo Region and the Coalition of Muslim Women of KW. For the past 4 years, I've founded programs to help newcomer women navigate complex systems, and I've served on the city's Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Committee and YW Board, where I focused on housing, safety, and inclusive services. When we talk about affordable housing, we must go beyond numbers. It's about dignity, ensuring people aren't spending more than 30% of their income just to keep a roof on their head. It's about making sure that our teachers, service workers, seniors, and young families can afford to live where they work. I know these challenges firsthand. As someone who rents my home and I take public transit every day, I live the realities many in our communities face. Our growing population is both a challenge, a tremendous challenge, and a serious responsibility. We must ensure that our infrastructure, housing, and services keep that pace. That means expanding safe public spaces, strengthening community safety strategies, and investing in preventive support like mental health services. Safety is not just about policing. It's about well-lit streets, inclusive design, and ensuring that help is available before crises happen. Among all of this, our democracy must remain strong, rooted in the voice of the people that we serve. True representation means listening deeply, especially to those who have been historically excluded, and creating opportunities for everyone to shape our shared future. If appointed, I will prioritize the region's growing with care.
Remaining.
Thank you. Strategy, expanding affordable dignified housing, improving inclusive and accessible public transit, ensuring culturally responsive mental health support, and promoting transparent governance. I bring more than lived experience. I bring a fresh perspective, but I also bring executive-level program and policy experience. I've led multi-million-dollar programs funded by the Government of Canada and USAID and many other international partners. I've ensured fiscal accountability while delivering measurable results, and I know how to work within complex systems to make real change happen. As a single mother raising a 10-year-old daughter, my commitment to this work is deeply personal. I want her to grow in a community where she's safe and she can be supported and feel thrived. And she is free to thrive. Thank you for your time and consideration. It would be an honor to serve alongside you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Philip Malttol. Welcome to the podium, and you have 5 minutes.
Good morning, and thank you for letting me speak today. You can spot the old school grade 13 graduate who still puts pen to paper. Life and history, big picture. Let's think about big picture and let's think about history. That'll come back at the very end of this. My life, I have lived in this area of Ontario all my life. We raised our family here in the St. Mary's Heritage District. Our 3 children attended Carmichael, Cortland, Cameron, and Eastwood schools. They attended post-secondary at Conestoga, WLU, UW. All 3 are in their 30s and currently live in this region. My work, I started working in construction sites at the age of 13. Yes, it was legal back then. Our family landscape business sodded new homes in Guelph and Waterloo region. Bovis Homes, GNC, Frewer were a few of the builders we worked for. In 1981, we sodded the floodwater dike out in Bridgeport, where there was once a stock car track and a drive-in theater. We landscaped downtown North Bay and Timmins in 1983 during the downtown revitalization era. I was 19 years of age, operating heavy equipment, large trucks, and supervising our crew along with city staff. I moved on from our family business and charted a personal path working at CKCO-TV from 1986 to 2017. I witnessed many changes in this region, changes such as manufacturing, when names like Bud, Bauer, Uniroyal, and Arrow moved aside for the services and high-tech era. Hospitals grew, universities grew, student housing grew, and local governments reacted by aligning services. The Kitchener Transit jingle for the Get Around gang was catchy, but a regional approach was proven to be better. During my CKCO TV days, I met local leaders from all levels and many areas and saw every day the changes to industry, policing, education, diversity in our region. Several of you here have let me put a microphone on you in the past. I'm currently a volunteer at Recycle Cycles in Kitchener. I volunteered for 20 years on our local outdoor rink. I am a snow angel, one of those people who clears multiple sidewalks in the winter, and I volunteer with local snowmobile clubs in our region through Elmira down through Ayr. Diversity. Our children experience diversity in our schools, but my wife's work in ESL and LINK as an English professor really brought it home for us. We attended many LINK and ESL social events. Our biggest dive into multiculturalism was through our middle child. As part of her international studies at UW, she did a placement in Malawi, Africa. There, she met a young local man, and they were married 3 years later. We attended the wedding there at a game reserve and then toured the countryside. We experienced firsthand the challenges of immigration as the newlyweds lived a world apart for 12 months while paperwork was approved. Yesterday, I was playing with their baby, our first grandchild, who will hopefully grow up in Waterloo region. This fall, my wife and I will celebrate our 40th anniversary. We're heading to the Azores. She was the biggest supporter when I ran for Kitchener Council in 2018. I mentioned big picture at the beginning, and here it is again in summation. I believe I bring forward the big picture. I bring skills, credibility, knowledge, and experience to the table today. I've heard it said at council once that history is important. There was once a decision being made at Kitchener Council, and one person stood up on council and said, I have history in this room. And other councillors may not know the history of the parking situation at St. Mary's Hospital. You have to know the history of the region. There are so many things from coal tar to parking to expressways to LRT, and when you know the history, you can make a better decision. I've worked with contracts, budgets, tight deadlines. I've been a union vice president ensuring fairness for workers. I've demonstrated a hard work ethic from a very young age. I've put shovels in the ground. I've swung a hammer, done 24/7 shift work.
You have 1 minute remaining.
And I'm relatable to residents looking for an understanding counselor. I voted for 4 major parties in my life and recently volunteered for both Mike Morris and Ashland Clancy. This council opportunity is a chance for me to give back to my community. I see it as a 14-month challenge to bring everything I've learned and experienced in my life to help this council in the upcoming challenges of budgets, policing, housing, healthcare, transit, roads, and the ongoing issues in our community. I bring the big picture, a life of lessons and work experience and history to Regional Council today. Thank you very much for your time, and I must say it's nice to speak openly in our great democratic world. Not everybody's experiencing this freedom this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Kevin White. Kevin, are you in the chamber? Oh, welcome to the podium, and you have 5 minutes.
Good morning, Chair and Council. I've lived nearly my entire life here, and I love it here. I am deeply committed to supporting libraries, people experiencing social barriers, and the arts in Waterloo Region. Much of my professional life has been spent working in public and elementary school libraries. This work has provided me with insights to diverse communities across the region and a variety of challenges faced in relation to social opportunities, social capital, housing, poverty, and the widespread interests and passions of community members. Being in relation with community members, and children especially, is not something I take for granted, and consequently I find myself continually invested in the well-being of children and young people in Waterloo Region. But more than this, I have found the importance of continually reflecting on what needs to be done to make spaces more inclusive, welcoming, and more empowering for the people in them. I have also been involved with housing advocacy and poverty reduction organizations such as Waterloo Region Yes in My Backyard and the Unsheltered campaign, often considering civic and legal challenges to public welfare and opportunities for the development of meaningful social supports and interventions. I am also a roster member with and contributor to the Plan to End Chronic Homelessness. Because poverty is the primary social determinant of poor health in Canada, it is something I believe we should be addressing with significantly more urgency and with an eye toward proactive intervention and poverty prevention. Finally, I am a patron of the arts. I am a board member for 2 local theatre organizations, JM Drama Alumni and Out of Work Actors Incorporated, in addition to having enjoyed performing in a variety of theatres across the region. I have recently found meaning assisting at our studio KW in their Musical Theatre Mondays program, which has a vision of empowering individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities through the arts. I believe that taking time to be in relationship with each other and collaborate on shared goals and values is at the core of this work. It has also given me the opportunity to be a part of a community within a community and recognize and realize the importance of having such spaces. Now more than ever, we need to be connecting with each other and understand the changing story of Waterloo Region. I want to take this opportunity to tie my passion for libraries, housing, social well-being, and the arts to the region's vision, mission, and core values. Libraries are an accessible, convening space which supports the possibility of our neighbors to enjoy a high quality of life. They are a space which facilitates the delivery of essential services to children, immigrants, and other populations. We must increase our financial investment in these spaces and others that can bring communities together in similarly meaningful ways to fully realize the region's vision and mission. Addressing poverty and the housing crisis is work larger than a single organization can manage, but effective work can still be done in the development of more ambitious low-income and supportive housing and exploring options for additional care for those facing disability, mental health crises, and addiction. More than this, however, we also need to be looking for ways in which to prevent people falling into food insecurity, precarious and unsafe housing situations, or lacking accessible health care, as well as finding opportunities to hear from and work with community members to collaborate on relevant and proactive solutions. Finally, I would like to encourage greater relationality across the region. Participation in and the enjoyment of a variety of activities in the arts improves well-being and quality of life, and in combination with the other pillars of my vision will help to reinforce the region's vision, mission, and core values. Above and beyond all of this, however, I think the importance of emphasizing how essential committing to values and integrity is cannot be overstated. To hold the trust of community members relies on setting clear and coherent relationship expectations and repeatedly demonstrating a commitment to upholding responsibilities and obligations. I am pleased to say that that values have been at the forefront of my work, and I continue to find mentors who embody their values and commitments as I continue to learn and grow. The importance of maintaining and adhering to values is essential in the role of public service, and the mission, vision, and value statements declared on the Region of Waterloo website.
You have 1 minute remaining.
The mission, vision, and value statements declared on the Region of Waterloo website are laudable and I believe should be adhered to by regional councillors in all decisions. We should clearly be able to connect the mission, vision, and values to all those decisions made. And this is certainly my intention in applying. The fundamental commitment to community well-being, including generations beyond the ones we will live to see, is more than worthy of support. It is essential. Thank you for your time. I look forward to working together.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Kamill. Welcome to the podium, and you have 5 minutes.
It's on, right? Chairman Redmond and councillors, thank you very much for your time and effort, and all the wonderful speakers before me and possibly after me. Please accept my condolences and sympathies to the family and the council and the constituents and friends of the late Councillor Williams. I'm honored to be considered for this position of councillor for the remainder of the councillor's term. I'm confident that I'm well equipped to take on the duties as representative, policymaker, and steward. I've lived in Kitchener for about 10 years and Waterloo for 2. Studying at UW, I offered me a crash course into the region's tech and startup ecosystem. Waterloo was the most welcoming community I've ever seen. I have been fortunate to meet so many wonderful residents from Waterloo and from many walks of life within. As I worked in personal tax preparation, City of Kitchener Aquatics, Elections Canada and Elections Ontario, Recycle Cycles, Junior Achievement, teaching young children financial literacy. I've done a total home renovation. I worked as a school bus driver with Stock. I attended a couple of Waterloo Regional Police Citizen Police Academy, and I went through a sponsorship of Syrian refugees. I'm also a board member on one of the homeowners association in Kitchener, and I've interacted with all of my neighbors in 4 different places and neighborhoods that I've lived in. In these few years, the region has visibly grown and changed. I've witnessed Waterloo and Victoria Park developments. I was jogging one time and I got stuck in the Waterloo Lake before it was completed or refilled. I've witnessed improved bike lanes all over the town, wonderful bike trails, many new modern subdivisions, the LRT, and upgraded rec centers, new roads, sidewalks, many events and festivals, high-rises everywhere. A very visible transformation in the past 13 years that I've been here. And it will continue to do so as we approach our population and density target plans. At the same time, I, like many of you, deeply care about the many challenges and issues that we are facing. In social issues, encampments due to homelessness, child predators, cyber or otherwise, physical and mental health issues, drug use and prevalence of drugs like opioids, childcare, costs and availability, healthcare, wait times, elderly care, measles, COVID, all these issues, traffic fatalities are more than gun violence, as I understand. Congestion that didn't exist 13 years ago. Gun violence, car thefts, break-and-enters, cyber crimes, global warming, forest fires, clean water, scarcity, And on the economic front, obviously, there's unemployment, inflation, artificial intelligence, tariffs, and looking for new trade partners. Strikes of Canada Post and Air Canada. All these are issues that the Council is constantly tackling on a regular basis and will forever probably continue to do so. Within the Council as policymaker, I would be keen to identify potential risks and opportunities and always seek various possibilities of improvements. I collaborate well with others.
You have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. And may negotiate viewpoints and courses of action as needed to arrive at a most acceptable outcome. As a steward, I've almost always worked within constraints. Having sales targets, managing and growing client relationships, and managing expectations were all part of my responsibilities when I was in banking. A number of events in my life have had a huge impact on my perspective and how I go about living. I was living in Baghdad during war, passing away of my father, mother living with dementia, remarried during COVID, a near-death accident, my children graduating from high school and going to college, witnessing firsthand booms and busts of countries and employers are all part of normal life. I'm hopeful that my role, if selected, can be a value-added and as involved as possible and not merely a procedural addition to the Council. I'm prepared to learn what I need to execute my role as an active member of the Regions Council and our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask David Shen to come up to the podium. You have 5 minutes, and after David's presentation, we will take a bio break.
Good morning. Through the chair, member of the councils and public staff, my application was inspired by late Councillor Carrie. Thank you for having me here today. Very nervous now because I didn't expect that there were 44 candidates. If I knew, I might quit. I wanted to share first my understanding of this council vacancy. A staff report a few months ago outlined a number of options, and the council adopted the option 1B, meaning there's no political election, no ideological campaign, but by appointment, like a job application. So I say I apply for this position, not run for this position. What the council is looking for is a simple process, a new councillor that is able to quickly pick up the job and work for this short transition period till 2026 municipal election. If I were appointed, I will not seek further political life in 2026 municipal election. Interim is the key word in my application. Let me introduce myself a bit. Personally, I'm an engineer, and I have been in municipal planning and engineering field for 2 decades. So I know roads, sewers, transit, those type of things. I've been with a number of municipalities as a senior staff, director staff, recently with municipality of Mississippi Mills as Director of Development Service and Engineering. For years, I stand in this position to present to the council. So I'm familiar with municipal affairs and the procedures. The least, you don't need even train me how to use eScribe. I use eScribe a lot. And I don't need you promote me to say through the chair every time. Outside of my employment, I've been actively engaging communities for volunteering, such as I'm a current member of the City of Waterloo Heritage Committee member. I'm a current member of a Provincial Environment Assessment Guideline Committee, Advisory Committee for our college, and a number of provincial agency proposal reviewer. I have taken time to review and understand the region's strategic plan 2026 to 2027, grow with care in my mind. At least, my priority is to provide direction to staff for regional business following the code of conduct of the member of the council and the strategic planning, and play a very active role in the last session of the budget, because this coming budget process is the last budget process for this council. Because of my professional background, I have some special interests in engineering, planning, asset management.
You have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. And I wanted to serve for the 4 main standing committees, as well as various advisory committees, such as policing board, the Grand River Advisory Committee, and other committees. So, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We will reconvene at 10:45 and take a 15-minute bio break. So thank you, everyone, for your attention. We will now resume, and the next speaker to be called up to the podium is Ronald Green. Ronald, welcome to the podium, and you have 5 minutes.
Members of council, those of you who are in attendance, both physically and virtually, welcome and good morning. I see that I am the opening number for the second act. I will try to be both engaging and informative. I will not dwell over much on my introductory write-up that I provided in advance of the meeting. I will summarize a couple of points. I've spent a number of years working in the private sector in engineering. I spent a small number of years overseas doing international development work, coincidentally enough, in Malawi, which was mentioned earlier this morning. And I have spent the vast majority of my professional career as a teacher, both at the elementary and secondary levels. So I have done work both in the public and private sectors, as well as offering my services for the needs of other communities. In terms of why I am approaching the council to permit me to work with you, communities are living beings. They are not static. They are dynamic. They have changing needs. They have ongoing requirements. They exist through times of plenty, and they exist through times of tightness. And at the moment, as one or two other speakers have alluded to, between the potential economic downturn and the exodus of many international students who were a part of the region, this might not be perhaps the biggest boom time that we are facing. So it becomes necessary to manage resources. Money, of course, the resource behind budgeting and the one that people come back to over and over, but we have other resources. We have physical resources. We have some of the best arable land in the country, if not the world. We have water, which is a precious commodity, so plentiful that we are tempted to take it for granted, but which we should not. And our greatest resource, the human resource. Not just those educated members of council and the public service who can provide their expertise and their advice on different matters, but also the community at large. The people who we require input from if we are going to address their needs, their wants, their hopes, their ambitions, especially in a tighter time like this. So, what we have to do is consider. There is a temptation to think this is a very important issue, or this is a very important issue. But everything is connected. To take one simple example, we have a homeless encampment right now in central Kitchener. A simplistic solution would be to think we build shelters, we shelter the homeless, problem solved. But we know there are individuals who do not wish to take advantage of that. So it becomes a mental health support issue. It becomes a public health issue. It relates to the availability of public transportation, to the availability of economic sustainability. Do these people have jobs, something that they can support themselves with, once we deal with the mental health and physical health issues? Everything is connected. We cannot be caught up overly in individual aspects. Certainly, we have to pay attention to individual aspects. We need to fulfill the basic needs of the community. But we have to view the big picture. We have to look at all the other factors that engage what we want to address and work with those accordingly. So what do I bring to the table? We've had a number of quite reasonable speakers here earlier today. I'm sure a large number, if not all of us, could do a fine job. So at this point, and I have a little more than 1 minute remaining, what do I bring? I am tactical. I am strategic. I am pretty good at crunching numbers. I am pretty good at talking to people. I bring a wide range of skills and a wide range of life experience and professional experience. So if what I have said today moves you enough to consider me in offering me the opportunity to work with you and with the greater civil service throughout the region, then by all means I am willing to serve. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and you were your own timekeeper, I see. The next speaker is Sam Nabby. Sam, welcome to the podium, and you have 5 minutes.
Hello, Chair Redmond and members of council. My name is Sam Nabby. I'm a small business owner, a musician, and a community organizer, and I'm seeking your support to represent Kitchener here on Regional Council. I came here 17 years ago to study at the University of Waterloo and never looked back. I like to think of Kitchener as my adopted hometown. In 2019, I led a campaign for a pedestrian-first Gaukel Street in downtown Kitchener, and the strength of this project lies in the diversity of perspectives that all work towards the same goal. Artists wanted more performance space. Office employers saw an opportunity for a more colorful and vibrant area. Dog owners and parents saw a safe, quiet route connecting City Hall and the park. Restaurants saw a public outdoor patio where people can enjoy their takeout. Today, Gaukel Block regularly hosts events and is a key amenity area for the thousands of new neighbors calling downtown Kitchener home. Over the last year, through 1 Million Neighbors Waterloo Region, I've facilitated roundtable discussions with over 100 participants from 62 different organizations, nonprofits, and community groups, all across the region, from the 3 cities and serving the townships. It was an opportunity to break out of our silos, listen and learn from each other, and to build a vision for growth that prioritizes equity between neighborhoods and doesn't leave anyone behind. As councillor, I would look to keep looking for ways to collaborate across differences and to address multiple needs at once. This multi-solving approach guides much of my community organizing work. We know that 45% of private sector employment in Canada is in small businesses. That includes my shop, Full Circle Foods, an independent grocery store which I co-own with my partner, Yulia. We have survived as an ethical living wage employer in an increasingly competitive retail market. When we expanded into zero-waste grocery delivery, we did it in a way that didn't give up huge commissions to delivery apps and made zero-waste shopping easier for new customers by picking up their empty reusable containers at their doorstep. Through technology and efficiency improvements, we've reduced payroll while increasing hourly wages for our staff. My experience at Full Circle has taught me to uphold financial discipline without sacrificing core values, and I can bring that experience to Regional Council as we head into the 2026 budget season. When Full Circle moved to our new location in a building that's about 120 years old, accessibility was a concern. We did our best installing a portable ramp for the front step and holding the door open for customers with wheelchairs or strollers. Proper accessibility improvements were going to cost thousands of dollars and amounting to about 10% of our annual profit. But we saved up, and thanks to the support from the City of Kitchener's Facade Grant Program, this year we installed a power door opener. This change not only helped our regular customers, but it also brought people back who had been avoiding us. They didn't want the hassle of sitting and waiting for help, but they didn't tell us that. They had just quietly stopped coming. Now some of those people have returned to a shopping experience that meets their needs. This small example shows that for every person who makes the effort to engage despite an imperfect system, there are lots more who are not in the room, who have been pushed out for systemic reasons, and whose needs we should also plan for, even if we can't see them right away. I think about GRT service improvements and rapid transit to Cambridge. I'm paying attention to those who are advocating loudly, but I'm also looking for those steady, quiet improvements that would mean that a family doesn't have to buy a second car to get to work reliably. Earlier this year, I co-organized an event called the Soundcheck Experiment. It was a one-of-a-kind concert with 8 musicians who had never performed with each other. We started the day with a professional development workshop by Kitchener-based hip-hop artist and 2-time Juno nominee Dom Valley. He gave us an important lesson. He emphasized the importance of building horizontally. Thank you. He emphasized the importance of building horizontally, finding people who you can work with in true partnership, rather than trying to hitch yourself to a rising star. This attitude of cooperation over competition makes for stronger long-term relationships built on trust, where we all grow together. A great example of this cooperation is the planned fire station combined with affordable housing in the east end of downtown Kitchener. This requires partnership between different municipal departments, as well as involvement from all orders of government. If we are to make progress on the complex needs that we face, supporting unsheltered neighbors, building affordable housing, providing convenient childcare, fostering arts and culture, ensuring healthcare access and food security. We have to do it together. I have a wide range of experience, from municipal government to small business, to community organizing, to arts and nonprofit leadership. Many of those I've worked with have emailed you with their reasons for endorsing me. If you select me to represent Kitchener, I will bring all those voices to the table with a collaborative and a solution-oriented approach. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Julie Hall. Welcome, Julie, to the podium, and you have 5 minutes.
Greetings to all members of Regional Council, staff, my fellow candidates, and through you, Chair Redmond. I'm Julie Hall, one of your regular YouTube viewers and local Kitchener resident, and I have 3 main offerings for your consideration of my application for the vacancy on Regional Council. 1, I'm a valued community connector and bridge to the local arts sector. 2, I'm educated. Thank you, fellow 5-foot-tall person. Yeah. 2, I'm educated and have worked in both arts and sciences. 3, I'm an excellent teammate, presenter, and consensus builder. To my first point, that I'm a valued community connector and bridge to the local arts sector, I'm a visual artist and arts administrator, and I am skilled at identifying and remembering the needs of my community and following up when I discover possible solutions. This has helped me earn my position as a valued arts community connector, in addition to my experiences making and presenting art locally through my outreach work at Kafka, Contemporary Art Forum Kitchener and Area, a nonprofit organization that presents and programs visual art region-wide, and by my work co-authoring the Uncovering Barriers Report, an independent research study published in 2024 investigating the resources and needs to support growth in our local visual arts, ecology, and economy. One of my main motivations in applying for a role on Regional Council is to support council and staff in the forthcoming year's agenda items, sorting out arts funding and forging an arts council, and to learn and educate how these resources interface with the local economy. I often hear statistics like every dollar spent in the arts quadruples in revenue, and that arts tourism is 3 times more lucrative than other tourism streams. I want to be at the table to ensure Waterloo Region positions its sails to best capture these windfalls while strengthening the arts sector's program delivery and cultural production for the betterment of all residents. To my second point, I'm educated and have worked in both arts and sciences. My first degree was a BSc in chemical engineering, followed by an MSc in food science, and I briefly worked as a nutraceutical algal ecologist before pivoting to culinary arts, earning under and graduate degrees in visual arts and on-the-job training in logistics, bookkeeping, and technical writing. This means that when I am analyzing issues and digesting information on behalf of the region, I am simultaneously looking through 2 distinct lenses, a creative lens and a systems lens. This leads me to take in a balanced view and help sustain my comfort with the unknown. I give myself time to ask questions. Are we taking in a big enough picture to understand the topic at hand? Can we reinterpret or translate this information to better understand it? Are we all saying the same thing with different words? A relevant skill I've honed is that I'm adept at avoiding project fatigue. The scope of my projects often lasts many years, and I have the skills to keep their conversations active and milestones met while maintaining their core intentions amongst the adjustments and pivots all long-term projects require. Another relevant skill is my ability to talk to anyone about anything. I'm a maritimer. To my third point, I'm an excellent teammate, presenter, and consensus builder. Working at nonprofit means my team extends beyond my staff and board, as it takes a whole community to deliver Kafka's collaborative programming, and I am in regular communication with my curatorial partners, like KWAG, UWAG, the Museum, and Schneider House, as well as Kafka's funders to ensure accountability to our agreements. I work with Canada Council for the Arts, Ontario Arts Council, the Tri-Cities, the Region, WRCF, and more. Kafka punches above its weight and budget lines to present thought-provoking art in publicly accessible spaces through the region from an approximate annual cash flow of around $300,000, a budget that I manage. Since starting my job at CAFCA over 2 years ago, I've worn all of the hats: development and outreach, operations and budgeting, and finally, programming and management as executive director. I'm a quick learner in my ever-changing career across employment sectors, and every job I've held, from sous chef to scientist, teaches me something unique about collaborative
You have 1
teamwork.
minute remaining.
Thank you. Teaches me something unique about collaborative teamwork and helps me stay connected to working class realities. I am a relaxed and embodied presenter in public forums, with experience addressing publics at presentations, talks, and lectures, facilitating panel conversations, and being interviewed. I have up-to-date governance experience and prioritize group cohesion, whether I'm working with the board of directors at CAFCA or as chairs the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee at the City of Kitchener. At all meetings, I'm ensuring that all voices are heard and folded into consensus. To summarize, I'm not exactly sure what you're looking for in a regional councillor, but I hope my 3 main offerings stick with you. I'm a valued community connector working in the arts who uses their diverse education and professional experience to support and lead teams towards collective consensus. I'm invested in Waterloo Region's well-being as I put down roots here in my chosen home, and while I'll be remiss to reduce your regular YouTube viewership by 1, I would happily step away from my computer to join your conversations. So I thank you for this opportunity and to give back and help shape the land, this community, and the lives of my fellow neighbors. I am here to help.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Marcus Dasdo. Marcus, welcome to the podium. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning to the chair, to the councillors, to you all. It's an honor and a privilege to be here today. It's amazing to see so many people here stepping up to make a difference and serve their community. Listening today, they all have such great passions and stories. So here's my story. My name is Marcus Dasdo. I'm a proud son of an immigrant bricklayer who helped build this region in its earlier days. I design and build houses myself, from the foundation to the shingles and every step in between. I've seen, heard, and followed the housing issue from many sides over the years, and I feel I can directly help on this most pressing and serious topic. Like all of us in this room, I've worn many hats over the years. I was very lucky and grateful to work across the world, from the Caribbean to Europe to the Middle East. It gave me an education in arts and culture, perspectives, diversity, listening, and patience. It also taught me that history and failure are both good teachers. Earlier in my life, living in downtown Vancouver and downtown Toronto taught me about the hardships and the realities of life that most of us are trying to survive the best way we can or know. And the realization that there is no single, simple solution to serious issues, except trying. Coming back to my hometown made me want to engage and be a community builder. Twice I ran in local elections. I co-founded the local chapter of 100 Men Who Give a Damn, Waterloo Region. I chaired the Advisory Cycling and Trails Committee at the City of Kitchener. I sat on the board of directors at the Homer Watson House and Gallery. I also collaborated with the Working Center to help build the first shipping container housing units for the homeless in our region. And currently, and most proudly, I'm in my 10th year as the organizer for the Kitchener Terry Fox Run, which is September 14th, Victoria Park, with a noon start. Today, I'm asking you for my vote, Marcus Dasdo, so I can continue my passion to serve my community with all my extensive life knowledges and lived experiences, and to help you all continue making Waterloo Region safe, inclusive, and prosperous. Thank you so much for your time and consideration. I truly appreciate that.
Thank you very much, Marcus. The next speaker is Graeme Edwards. Graeme, welcome to the podium, and you have 5 minutes.
Esteemed members of the Regional Council of Waterloo and community members present today, my name is Graeme Edwards, and I stand before you with profound respect for this institution, ready to bring a fresh perspective and unwavering commitment to our community. I firstly want to honor and respect the Indigenous peoples of this land, praying that the process of reconciliation continues to happen through myself and all of us here beyond mere words. And I also want to honor the legacy of Councillor Carrie Williams, who gave so much to this council. I'm here with somber understanding that the person assuming this position also bears the weight of continuing her work, and I'm prepared to do just that. The region of Waterloo provides more than 60% of the municipal services in this community, and it speaks to the immense responsibility this council holds and the direct impact its decisions have on the daily lives of residents. This is why it's so critical to have a diverse range of experiences and voices at this table. My personal journey has granted me a unique duality of experience as a young, Black Caribbean man born in Canada but raised abroad. For something as simple as my father attending Bible college in Toronto, I was born and granted access to a system that affords me so many opportunities here in Canada. My daily life is one where I'm constantly navigating two worlds, systemically being treated as a citizen of this country, but socially being perceived and treated as an immigrant in society. This duality has given me a deep understanding of the systemic barriers and everyday challenges faced by our communities, Black, immigrant, and otherwise. And I believe my life experience has prepared me to represent all residents of Kitchener, this region, and especially those whose voices aren't always heard in these halls. My professional life has been centered on community building and engagement, sustainability, innovation, entrepreneurship, business development, and graduated from the University of Waterloo with a background in recreation, leisure, and program evaluation. I was able to use that as a launchpad to truly getting involved in this community, whether it was supporting local entrepreneurs through entrepreneurship programs like Liftoff or engaging community with the SDG Idea Factory around topics of sustainability and innovation. I've been able to get a pulse on how multifaceted our community is and what it craves. It's the interactions and relationships I've been able to foster within this region that have pushed me to stand here as a community champion. Unemployment, unaffordable housing, public health challenges, as we all know, still remain critical issues in this region. Council and the region has made amazing strides to provide proper support, but with the high cost of living, combined with soaring rents and unattainable home ownership, I don't know, the gap between available resources and those who need them is widening. A key factor exacerbating both of these issues, or all of these issues, is the bureaucratic jargon and complexity of the systems designed to help. To effectively address this, I believe the region could deepen its support for community and grassroots organizations on the ground, because these groups have a unique understanding of the community's heartbeat and a better position to provide the nuanced programs and supports that residents truly need. And it also returns autonomy and power to the people themselves. The region has put a lot in place and deserves commendation, but the work doesn't stop here if this region is to become 1 million ready. To be frank, I'm just one person who knows it's impossible to do it solo. I find myself drawn to these spaces not out of some career move or power struggle, but usually because I have no choice. I wouldn't be here speaking today unless someone in community had pushed me to be here. I'm a man who moved to a country he knew nothing about, who laid roots in a region he knew nothing about, but with nothing but a dream. 10 years in, and this region has become home, but it's also still a place where I'm currently unable to own a home. I can have 2 degrees, but that just means I have to get debt to pay for them. I can be educated, but barely get a stable, livable job in the community because there's not enough money to go around for people who dedicate their lives to service in the community. I know what it's like to collect a check from the government as you look for a job, either because you're underqualified, like I was, or now overqualified. And all of this as a Canadian citizen. I can't help but think about the person with less privileges or who are differently able for myself.
You have 1 minute remaining.
I don't believe the council, to be honest, needs another politician with all the answers and all the know-how. I know the region doesn't really want that. I have the passion to help, the ability to collaborate effectively, the skills and tools to contribute, and I can guarantee that I'll bring a perspective to this council that's not currently present. I'm deeply committed to serving the residents of the region of Waterloo, and I look forward to this unique opportunity to contribute to a more innovative and prosperous future. For 1 year, I ask that you bet on youth, you bet on innovation, you bet on a new way of thinking, because I know that you can count on me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Gordon Gravett. Gordon, welcome to the podium, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Redmond and councillors. I'm pleased to be here today to explain to you why I'm seeking your support to be appointed to the position of Regional Councillor representing Kitchener for the remainder of the elected term of this council. And I'm overwhelmed by the extent of the enthusiasm and capabilities of my fellow candidates, and also very conscious of the time. I will have 3 areas that I wish to present for your consideration. First of all, first one is, for me at least, it's a relatively sad day, a day of reflection, as I realize that the objective of this meeting is to fill the council position that was held by the late Carrie Williams. Carrie was also a member of the Grand River Conservation Authority Board of Directors, representing the region of Waterloo, and I've also been appointed by this council to be a citizen of Waterloo representative on the GRCA, and I also consider myself to be very fortunate to have had the opportunity on many occasions at board meetings, not only to see Carrie in action, but to interact personally with her. She was an amazingly friendly and generous individual whose commitment and enthusiasm and courage were constantly on display. While I only had limited experience with Carrie and Carrie's passion for the Kitchener region and the region of Waterloo, I miss her presence and would consider it a privilege to continue her legacy of caring for the remainder of the term. Secondly, for those of you who know me and with whom I've had an opportunity to interact either through the GRCA, the local political arena, or in some other capacity, I trust that you found me to be a dedicated, reliable, enthusiastic colleague or acquaintance. My 2 most recent recognitions, the Queen's Diamond Jubilee Medal awarded in 2012 while a resident of Kitchener, and the King Charles Coronation Medal presented earlier this year, were primarily recognition of my community-related activities within the Waterloo region and serve as acknowledgements of my continuous efforts on behalf of the citizens of Waterloo, Kitchener, and the region of Waterloo as a whole. My third and final point, I'd like to just take a minute or so to address a question which I think some of you may have concerning the fact that I'm a resident of Waterloo but applying to be a regional councillor for Kitchener. Back in 1998, my goodness, that was a quarter century ago, my family and I were returning to Canada following a 4-year diplomatic posting to the embassy in Washington, D.C. We had to decide where we wanted to settle. We had the option of Victoria, BC, Ottawa, Toronto. I accepted a posting to Toronto, but my wife and I chose to settle our family in Kitchener. I was so impressed with that choice that within 2 years I put my name forward in the 2000 election as a candidate for Waterloo Regional Council as a representative for Kitchener. Then, having relocated to Waterloo by the last 2022 municipal election, I was a regional candidate for put my name forward to be a representative for Waterloo. In the interim period, I've been active, a volunteer in administration and leadership of several organizations within the Waterloo region, such as the KW United Way, the KW Probus, the branch of the CIC, and the Waterloo Park Advisory Committee, as well as the WLU Advisory Board. And I've also had a decade-long relationship.
You have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. Decade-long relationship with some Kitchener Centre political associations, both federally and provincially, and in fact was the president of the board for the last 7 years, and also planned canvassing for a number of candidates over the past 10 years, provincial and federally, and also actively involved. This gave me an opportunity to interact and learn of the problems, challenges of many of the citizens of the Kitchener Centre electoral district, and in 2022 municipal election, also the chance to interact with the electors of Waterloo to learn about their concerns and aspirations. These opportunities, while not quite as extensive for Waterloo as Kitchener, did provide me with a perspective, a unique perspective, I would suggest, of both cities, and therefore, I would argue, provide me with a better understanding of the Waterloo region as a whole, and I would consider it a privilege to be your colleague on Regional Council to represent Kitchener for the remainder of this electoral term. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Brian Burke. Brian, welcome to the podium, and you have 5 minutes.
I hope you can hear me. Thank you for this opportunity today. And I really want to emphasize this. Thank you for coming out. It takes guts to run for office, because I've done it. I've lost, and I've won. So I'm 1 for 2. It takes guts to speak in public. I've done that too. And it takes guts to stand and be judged, whether it's by this group of people or by an electorate that doesn't know you. And please, whatever happens today, and look, we already know the outcome for most of us. Whatever you do, don't stop trying to make this better, because that's what's important. We talk about 3 pillars of this community: sustainable and responsible growth, enhancing public transit and active transportation, strengthening community engagement and local business. I've got an entire page. It was all written by Gemini AI. Any one of us could have read this. We didn't, though, so I'm kind of proud of all of us for that. But that's what's out there. It all sounds great. It's useful and it's terrifying. And I know it's part of what we'll get as the years go by. It's a word salad. Oddly enough, as a talk show host, I know a little something about word salads. This is a fabulous place to work. This is a fabulous place to live. This is a place that Diana and I chose 40 years ago. How the hell did 40 years happen? We remember driving into Waterloo that first day, and the first smell we got was the Labatt plant. The second smell we got was the Seagram's plant. They're both gone. They're both gone, but we've moved on. Remember, I met so many guys who worked at Budd Automotive. It's gone too. Michelin, Uniroyal, they're all gone. But we've continued on. Why? Because of innovation, because of some forward-looking councils over the years. I'm privileged to have been a part of some of it. Over those 40 years, the issues have always been there. Transit, still here. Police, still here. Budgets, always still here. If those are not the most fun part of being a regional councilor or city councilor, I don't know what is. Come on. Development funds, all the things you get to learn about that you didn't know. It took me 2 years, really, of council to get a grip on that budget process. It is a hard job. It's a very difficult job. And those issues just continue with us all the time. They never really stop. Can we solve them? If we work together, we can certainly make them better. I know the issues of homelessness, of the unsheltered. It would be great if somebody would walk in here one day and say, this is what we need to do because this is how we fix it. But that's not going to happen. And we all know that. So let's not pretend those things. Over my 40 years in the region, I've been accused of being a part of every political party. I use the word accused on purpose. And that's fine. And I did have a membership in 1 or 2. I don't hold any particular political views these days, except let's try to make this a little bit better. From the time we get in to the time we leave. The moment that I remember from Waterloo Council the most was a discussion of an Islamic center on Herbsville Road. Some of you will remember that. I know I've got a minute left. Thanks, Carrie.
Thank you.
And the big discussion came from parts of the community. This is no place for a church. There are 11 churches within a 3-kilometer radius of that spot. This is going to drive traffic. Yes, it is. People are going to come to church. That's kind of what they do. That's okay. And I remember telling a record reporter that this was a chance to decide what kind of city we wanted to be. And that sticks with me. What kind of region do we want to be? We're going to all have different perspectives on that. But I want this to be a place where you can come like I did 40 years ago, get a great career, meet a whole ton of interesting people, and your kids can grow up and be successful. And maybe they'll stay here, maybe they won't. But this will be their foundation. That's our question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Douglas Duchek. Welcome to the podium, and you have 5 minutes.
Good morning, thank you. My name is Doug Duchek. I've lived in the Waterloo region for the past over 30 years. I started off 29 plus in Kitchener. They say that government is made up by people who show up. And I'm really pleased today that so many people have showed up today for this position, and the council has allowed, embodied, that everybody wants to have an opportunity to work with this council. My wife and I have raised our 2 children here. They continue to grow and develop here in the region of Waterloo, developing their own families. We've had some great experiences, and we look forward to having many more. I am a mechanical engineer, I should say engineering technologist by trade from Mohawk College in Hamilton. I also obtained a Bachelor of Arts from Wilfrid Laurier University, part-time, while I was working. I'm currently retired, but have worked for over 45 years in the automotive parts sector in various companies. I have a background in all aspects of managing operations, engineering, quality control, maintenance, health and safety. During this time, I have gained hands-on experience in both union and non-union facilities. I became highly proficient in international automotive standards and other standards, continuous improvement, lean manufacturing, driven cross-company teams to implement different projects that we were required, most often ones that were not necessarily contributing to the bottom line, but were contributing to either the health and safety or the quality of our products. I've developed suppliers, not all of whom we were their biggest customer, but who I had to develop to become key players in our success. Achieved customer awards, very difficult requirements, and in very difficult times. I've had the opportunity to interface with companies and colleagues all over the world, sometimes at the same time while we were implementing projects, some of which required that I have multiple meetings multiple times a day so that everyone could attend because of the time differences. In conclusion, I would like to thank the team that put together this here at staff. I think they've done an excellent job. It was very easy to work here, to stand before this podium. And I would like to get the opportunity to serve on this council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is John Champion. John, make your way to the podium, and you have 5 minutes. Welcome.
Good morning, Chair Redmond, councillors, neighbors. What a crowd. Amazing. I'm a longtime resident of downtown Waterloo. I've spent most of my life in the region. I've lived on farms, and I've lived in the inner city. I spent 40 years serving this community and this country. I have thousands and thousands of hours volunteering and sitting on various boards. It's all in my statement. I'm not going to bore you with all that. 3 things that are close to my heart: donating blood, no pun intended. It's a chance to give the life to others anonymously. Mentoring youth, because they're our future. As we go to the 1 million, we need to really focus on the youth. Focusing on the youth is going to drop the calls for service for 9/11. It's going to drop the amount of mental health calls. and is going to decrease the amount of unemployment. Veteran services is also something that's very close to my heart. Assisting vets, especially the elderly, that have walked the path that I walk before me. A lot of them nowadays are living rough. 1985, I joined the military. I was posted to Manitoba and then Germany. The military taught me a few things, but the first thing was service before self. 1990, I came back home to Waterloo Region and I joined Waterloo Regional Police. Waterloo Regional Police taught me a lot of things about this region, and the number one thing that I fell in love with is downtown Kitchener, and a few of you in this room know that. And that's why I chose to live there and still live there. The chief was here, I believe it was a month ago, and he was talking about the new call dispatch center. And one of the things he brought up was a command center that he wants to put into the building. If I were a counselor at that meeting, I would have asked him, why do you want a command center that far away from the highways? You need to be accessible to all the areas of the region. Why is it so far away from police headquarters, where everybody's office and equipment are? What's happening to the old dispatch room, and why is the command center not being put in there where it's close to the 401 and Highway 7 and 8? Having served, let's see, in 2017, the Laval floods, 2019, the Ottawa floods, COVID response, 2023 I was fighting forest fires in northern Quebec. Command centers are usually in the closest community center or high school. They need to be close to wherever it's happening. He probably has good answers to these questions, but it's something that you should think about asking him next time you're talking to him. So, 2002, I was the vice president of CKWR, Canada's first multicultural radio station, and conveniently, I had just come back from 2 tours with the United Nations because a multicultural radio station taught me a lot. But the UN had also taught me a lot. To be able to actively listen and communicate and to ensure that the people that are talking to you understand. 2009, I rejoined the military part-time as a combat engineer while working high-rise and low-rise residential construction in the region. I'm presently working full-time for the military. I instruct a lot of different things, everything from
1 minute remaining.
Thank you. From basic training to diversity. I'm a unit harassment advisor. I'm in charge of infrastructure and facilities at Canadian Forces Recruit Barracks in Hamilton. My time in the CAF is ending due to my age. Hard to believe, but I'm getting there. And if council will allow me, this would be the opportunity for me to continue to serve this region. My background in volunteerism, construction, community leadership, committee leadership, domestic emergency response, I believe makes me a great choice for a counselor. And if a crisis comes up, I'm the guy you want beside you. My name's John Champion, and thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is David Guerin. David, welcome to the podium. You have 5 minutes.
So Chair Redmond, your worships, councillors and staff, thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and to each of you for your patience and stamina that you're having to demonstrate with all these wonderful speakers. My name is David Guerin. Currently, I serve as a trustee with the Waterloo Catholic District School Board and as an administrator at a local United Church where I oversee financial and operational matters. I've lived in this region since 1999. My wife and I have raised 2 grown children, and the 2 of us also launched and eventually sold a business here. I'm also an active volunteer with numerous community organizations. Today, I'd like to share 3 brief stories, 2 of which from my work with the church and 1 from my time as a trustee, that I hope will illustrate my passion for service and my readiness to contribute to council. The first story. So working at the church gives me firsthand experience working with seniors, people with different levels of ability, and those struggling with addiction pretty much on a daily basis. But 2 summers ago, something unexpected happened. On a sweltering July afternoon, a Somali mother and her 2 teenage children arrived at our church door from taking a taxi from Toronto, suitcases in hand, no local contacts, and nowhere to go. This is not a typical thing that happens at that church. The mother had some mobility issues and didn't speak English, but her children acted as translators. I welcomed them inside and naively assumed that I could arrange shelter for them with little more than 1 phone call. I quickly learned how wrong I was. Although everyone I spoke to was sympathetic, the shelter system was over capacity and unable to admit people from outside the area. The church congregation covered several nights at a hotel while I worked the phones. I was able to engage with Coalition of Muslim Women KW, who were so generous they came with food, clothing, and moral support for the family, and eventually with the Somali Canadian Association, who were able to help find a permanent home for the family. This experience opened my eyes to how daunting our systems can be for newcomers, especially those with disabilities, language barriers, and no safety net. If I found the process overwhelming as a local, I can only imagine the difficulty for others. It reinforced to me the need for accessible, coordinated services that truly meet people where they are. My second story involves my involvement with the launch of the region's overnight warming center at the run out of the church in partnership with Porch Light Counseling and Addiction Services. Once it opened this past February and eventually was open exclusively to men. Shortly after that, we reached capacity of 30 men coming on a daily basis. That is on top of those who are served by the nearby Bridges shelter. It was a stark reminder of how deep the homelessness crisis runs. But it was also proof that with a little creativity and collaboration, it is possible to make concrete improvements in people's lives. The Warming Center is a great example of how a low-cost, high-impact solution that maximizes existing resources can work. I'm proud to have played a role in making that possible, and I would bring that same collaborative spirit to the work on council. Finally, the story I'd like to share comes from my time as a trustee. While much of my focus has been on managing rapid growth, we're opening 6 schools in the region in just this term and delivering balanced budgets. That's at a time when a lot of fellow boards are not having success there and getting into some political issues. One of my proudest moments came during a contentious debate this past year. Our board had been flying the pride flag at all of our schools for the month of June since 2021. A motion was brought forward that would ban the pride flag along with Indigenous, Black Lives Matter, and other equity-related flags from our schools, inside and out.
You have 1 minute remaining.
Okay. Limiting us to only the Canada and Ontario flags. Pressure from external groups was intense. Those same groups had recently been successful in convincing trustees at the York Catholic and Dufferin Peel Catholic school boards to ban the flag. But our board stood firm, or at least 5 of 9 of us did. We knew all students and staff deserved to feel supported and visible. Defeating that motion was more than about flags, it was about dignity, inclusion, and the responsibility of every member in our school community. This experience strengthened my resolve to stand up for what is right, even when it's unpopular. Even though I may not be a member of a vulnerable community, I would bring that same steadfast determination to council to ensure that all members of our community are treated with dignity and respect. It also reminded me that although conflict is natural, it's better addressed through conversation and consultation rather than a divisive winner-take-all approach. Consensus building is something I would work hard to bring to council. Thank you very much for your time, and David Guerin.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Michael Beauchemin. Michael, welcome to the podium, and you have 5 minutes.
I've been counting down the time, and I'm glad to say that I can still say good morning to everyone. My name is Michael Beauchemin. I am bringing myself forward today for the open role on the regional council. I have lived and worked in the region of Waterloo for all of my adult life. I moved here I moved to Waterloo in 2014 to start my schooling at the University of Waterloo. After I finished my undergrad degree in chemical engineering at the University of Waterloo, I continued on and I was the president of the Waterloo Undergraduate Student Association. At the time, we were still calling it the Federation of Students, for those of you who know that name. And over the course of my year, we led the rebrand from Feds to WUSA. So if you like it, you're welcome. If you hate it, you can find me afterwards. If you'll forgive the presumption, the regional council right now is looking for someone who is able to hit the ground running, who is a fast and ready learner, someone who's willing to listen to advice, someone who will slot into the existing paradigm that the council has. I think that I am that person. I'm a quick learner. I have experience with councils, with boards. I was on the board of directors prior to my term as president for the University of Waterloo Student Association. I have been involved in student politics very heavily, as you'll see from my write-up. I was involved pretty much from day one, we'll call it day two, in the Engineering Society at the University of Waterloo. And that involvement grew, and I gained lots of experience and meeting new people, building community, and that has instilled in me a great respect for the work that people in your positions do, and that the work that it takes to do things like build a budget, as you're planning to do for this next year. In summary, I appreciate all your time. I appreciate how many of us have showed up, and I think that next year's election might be quite interesting based on the numbers we have today. And I look forward to seeing whom among us you choose to fill the vacancy. Thank you all. I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. The next speaker, Jesse Rogers. Welcome to the podium, and you have 5 minutes.
Now I'm going to break that. There we go. I'm not going to be nervous, and I'll go through this thing. Thank you, Chair Redmond, members of council, for this opportunity to come here and speak and get my 5 minutes. Before I begin, I just want to acknowledge the passing of Carrie Williams in April. Her service and dedication to the community will be remembered. And I mean, you can hear it in all the people that knew her. I didn't get the chance to know her. But you can see that her impact will be lasting in this community. I want to focus on something maybe a little bit different. I think we're now really on that path as a community to 1 million people, and likely to go well past that as Canada grows and becomes a place that the international community really respects. It's not something where growth is coming, it's been here. Most of the people in this room are a product of the growth that's come to this community over the last 25 years. I mean, I came to this community as a student in the late 90s, and I mean, I remember they were going to close the high schools and that type of thing. There was no concept of growth, but it's happened, and it keeps happening, and it'll continue to happen. I've spent my career building, launched Velocity at the University of Waterloo. After I've been 10 years in that university, I was president of Staff Association, involved in a bunch of things inside that campus. I went on to found Tribe HR, which remains a local employer with the Oracle brand on it. I've been leading Builders Club in downtown Kitchener. It's a grassroots network of entrepreneurs, engineers, and creatives, remote workers. There's a big, diverse group of people in that environment. I've learned that great communities are built with intention, and our region's DNA is that of builders. The same spirit you see in the farms, the small businesses, the neighborhoods in this room. That's what makes this place very special. As we grow, the counties are going to play an outsized role in preserving what makes this region great. While ensuring we offer the lifestyle choices for people who want to live in cities, small towns, or rural areas, we also want to create opportunities for small business owners, which in turn creates jobs. And I think that's especially important now. We look at the youth unemployment rate, and it's alarming. It's not been that high since I was youth. And that is not a good thing that we're back to that. And we really need to create opportunities. We want to preserve our connection to our diverse culture, celebrating the many communities that have built this region and continue to make it vibrant. A big part of that, and something that's really close to my heart, is we are not the Toronto-Waterloo corridor. I think that is something I've learned over these years. We are Waterloo, this region. We stand as our own place, connected not just Toronto, but to the vibrant, important southwest of Ontario. Southwestern Ontario will soon have a population greater than the GTA. We don't have the political influence of the GTA. The Waterloo region really does stand as a leader in southwestern Ontario, representing the kind of community that you can build with intention. And as we look towards growth and look at that type of thing, I think it's a responsibility on this community to kind of lead the way for Canada, how you can build innovative communities that are forward-looking. And that means finding a balance between growth and heritage and innovation, tradition, rural and urban. It means making bold collaborative investments. I mean, ION was a fantastic investment in this community. Airport expansion, that's very important. That create long-term value, create opportunities for people to not just, I have 4 kids, I want them to actually want to come back here and have jobs and have those opportunities and feel that this is a place that they can build and grow. And I'm here because I believe I can help find that balance.
You have 1 minute remaining.
Yep, thank you. Ensuring that as we reach 1 million, we remain not just bigger, because I worry about just being bigger, but better and true to our culture, rich in opportunity, and ready for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Matthew Ickham. Matthew, welcome to the podium, and you have 5 minutes.
Okay. Good morning, members of council. I'm here today to present myself as a candidate to be a member of the regional council representing Kitchener. I grew up, went to high school, university, and continue to work in the region. I care deeply about Kitchener and the region generally. Some of the topics that I have interest in is working on the housing crisis, the homelessness epidemic, and at the same time recognizing the importance of limiting future tax increases. I understand the concept that we need to have an acceptable amount of taxes to pay for the services and the infrastructure that we have. However, we have to make sure as a local government we don't become too much of a burden on our taxpayers. If I'm appointed to this position, I understand that I'm one of 16 council members. As such, one of my main focus areas would be to work collaboratively with the other members and see where I can contribute to committee work as well as assisting in making good decisions collectively. In addition, I would want to develop a good understanding of these issues by meeting members of council, staff, community stakeholders, and see what progress we can make on homelessness, housing crisis, and a reasonable budget as well. Okay, some background about me is I've been involved in the community for many years. Specifically, I sit as a member of the audit committee of the Wellington Catholic District School Board. In this role, I provide financial oversight over the school board's financial accounting and governance processes. In addition to this, I had the honor of previously serving as a board member, treasurer, and chair of the audit committee at the John Howard Society of Waterloo, Wellington. These experiences strengthens my governance skills and have taught me a lot about the issues facing our communities. In addition to this, I have previously served on the board of Romanian Cultural Association and St. John the Baptist Romanian Orthodox Church. I do have an interest in serving this community. I have shown this because I was a candidate for political office before. In 2008, I actually ran for this specific position. I got about 2,000 votes. That was I was 19 at the time. And I also was a candidate for a school trustee in 2014 where I doubled my votes. I got 4,000. So maybe next time I get 6,000. So in terms of my professional experience, I had the privilege of working abroad in UK for 2 years, and this has given me a chance to learn about different cultures and open my eyes to different perspectives. In addition to this, my professional experience encompasses 16 years in the field of finance and accounting. I've worked in public accounting in big companies such as Deloitte and KPMG. And I believe those are some of the vendors that the region uses, so I think my experience with them could contribute to the decision-making process surrounding them. Most recently, I work in the insurance industry where I have a global role overseeing the accounting and financial processes of North and South America. That experience gives me a strong insight into accounting and finance, which can be useful to this position. In addition, I have strong educational qualifications. Specifically, I have a number of designations, including Chartered Accounting, Project Management Professional, Canadian Investment Manager, as well as a number of others. These educational endeavors would help me in this role, specifically the PMP, which focuses on the importance of, thank you, which focuses on the importance of engaging stakeholders, which, as a counselor, that's one of the key objectives. In summary, I think I can be a valuable addition to this body, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is John Rowe. John, welcome to the podium, and you have 5 minutes.
Good morning. It's amazing that it's still morning. As we meet here today, Waterloo Region stands at a historic crossroads. While rightly recognized as one of Canada's most prosperous, progressive, and dynamic communities, it faces challenges that are unprecedented in number and complexity, many of which relate to our economy. My name is John Rowe, and I'd like to become part of Regional Council to help guide our community through this crossroads and take it to a future that's even better than what we know today. Having spent more than 3 decades as a journalist in this community with the Waterloo Region Record, including as a reporter covering regional affairs and as an opinion editorial writer asking questions and proposing solutions, I bring a deep and nuanced understanding both of our regional government and our region's most pressing issues, along with a long-standing commitment to public service and community well-being. Outside of my newspaper career, whether through sessional teaching at Wilfrid Laurier University, or more recently in freelance communications work for the University of Waterloo, or for working as a volunteer with refugees, I've personally experienced how wonderfully dynamic and diverse this region is in every way. Yes, we currently face strong economic headwinds, but I'm absolutely convinced we have what it takes to overcome them. Earlier this year, Prime Minister Mark Carney raised the spirits of Canadians by urging them to keep their elbows up. In Waterloo Region today, my call to action would be a heads up for a stronger economy. I'd say heads up to economic growth fostered by the regional government, growth that is inclusive, resilient, sustainable, and future-focused, growth that supports local businesses, workforce development, and innovation. In keeping with this, I would solidly back both the plan for a large industrial project in Wilmot Township and the extension of light rail transit into Cambridge. I'd say heads up to more housing construction with renewed attention to the ground level housing, including the townhouses, semi-detached and detached buildings that so many families desire but cannot attain. Although I realize the lower tier municipalities have gained control over planning, I believe the region still has a major role to play. It could, for instance, provide the regional growth and population projections that would guide the 3 cities and 4 townships in their planning. I'd also propose creating a working committee that includes local development industry representatives to explore affordability strategies that reflect the lifestyle needs of our growing population. I'd say heads up to addressing the skyrocketing needs of residents who are living without adequate or affordable housing. I acknowledge the significant and ongoing efforts the region has made in alleviating problems that defy easy solutions, and I commend Council for this. My own work with cooperative churches supporting local outreach efforts that include providing weekly meals, clothing, and counseling, has given me a clear view of the urgent help that is required on the ground. And I would champion
You have 1 minute remaining.
Thanks. I would champion policies that center upon dignity, support services, and long-term solutions that would end the need for unsanctioned encampments. And last but not least, I'd say heads up for the region to do its part in making life more affordable for local residents. While I realize and respect how hard regional councillors work to limit tax rises, I would support new initiatives to control the cost of regional government. For instance, perhaps the region could commission a professional external review of its spending, not with preconceived budgetary cuts in mind, but as a good faith attempt to find efficiencies that would keep future tax increases more in line with inflation. Thank you, Regional Council, for giving me this opportunity to explain why I aspire to fill the vacant seat at Regional Council. I'm ready to participate in current council initiatives and would happily join any committee that could benefit from my services. I hope you will give me full consideration for this very important job.
Thank you so much. Jonathan Massimi? Massimi, sorry. Welcome to the podium, and you have 5 minutes.
So thank you for pronouncing my name correctly. I know the Italian sometimes is difficult. So my background is Italian. My name's, go by John Massimi. And I do recognize that I stand here as a choice that probably won't make national headlines or be historical first. But I always hold the words of one of my mentors, John McKnight. He once told me about his early days of community organizing as an Alinsty organizer during the civil rights movement. His supervisor would always ask him, "What didn't you do today?" This wasn't a checklist. He wasn't trying to find gaps. He was asking, what happened today that you didn't do, but happened because you were there? So what didn't I do in the region over the last 10 years? I was a manager of community development for United Way. I helped to allocate funds, and I worked with many of the agencies throughout the region. I was also part of groups that created, before they were cool, a neighborhood strategy, releasing money into the community for community members to do the work at a grassroots level. Murals were created, community gardens, youth initiatives, little food pantries, micro grants, sponsorships for festivals in the townships, and volunteer recruitment. As a supervisor with the City of Kitchener, I know the weight of leadership. There were a lot of things that we had to do during that terrible pandemic. A lot of policies and procedures we had to adhere to. A lot of decisions that were judged and condemned. But during the pandemic, we were able to do some amazing things within constraints. Recognizing the mental health crisis and isolation, we started a Book Your Bubble program, which created space for people to recreate and engage with people within their bubble. And I don't remember which wave it was, but it may have been during the last wave. We created markets at 4 of the centers that I oversaw. This helped to assist in the rebuilding of the social infrastructure, something that we didn't talk much about, while also helping to build a local home-based economy. Something else I didn't do was being part of an engagement process as a consultant, working with newcomers and new entrepreneurs, having conversations that would help facilitate the ongoing development of the region's strategic plan. Also had conversations with youth, and this was with public health, that would help to inform a mental health focused alternative to police intervention. So markets, funding, strategies, policy changes, I didn't do any of it. But it happened because I was there. Because I was there helping to create the conditions for others to do. By holding space, by making space, and sometimes, wait, 1 minute.
You have 1 minute remaining.
And sometimes getting out of the way, things happened. Today, I'm not going to list all the things that I did not do, trying to convince you that you need me or the community needs me. In fact, we need each other. I need everyone around this horseshoe, your experience and your wisdom. So yes, I was a manager, supervisor. I also hold a doctorate in community development, and I teach at Martin Luther University College in the area of community development, spirituality, and global citizenship. A designation which I'm really finding hard to find certification for. I also refer to myself as a social acupuncturist. I like to use the right needles in the right places to bring about healing in the community. And sometimes those needles give a little twitch and they're uncomfortable, but sometimes we must live in the discomfort. So if appointed, I won't do anything, but things will happen because I was. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Hin Tat Lam. Welcome to the podium. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Guess I'll be the first one to say good afternoon. Members of Council, Chair Redmond, my name is H.T. Lam, and I'm running for your regional councillor because I believe Waterloo Region stands at the crossroad that will define our community for generations to come. This is who I am. For over 4 decades, I've called Southern Ontario and this region home after immigrating from Malaysia in the late 1980s. As a principal senior landscape architect and recent grandfather, I've spent my career designing sustainable communities, protecting our natural environment, but more importantly, I've invested my life in this place that we all love. I hold a professional designation with both the Ontario Association of Landscape Architects and the Canadian Society of Landscape Architects. My work spans from master planning entire communities to designing the parks where your children play. I've worked in both the public and private sectors, giving me a unique insight into government and business can collaborate effectively. Why am I running? We're racing towards 1 million residents by 2050, but growth without wisdom leads to sprawl, not prosperity. I've seen too many communities lose their character, their green spaces, and their affordability in the name of development. Waterloo Region doesn't have to choose between growth and livability. We can have both. With 9,000 families on our affordable housing waitlist and climate impacts intensifying every year, we need regional councillors who understand that every decision we make today shapes the community our grandchildren will inherit. My vision, smart growth, strong communities. Number one, housing that works for everyone. We don't just need more housing, we need the right housing in the right places. My experience in community planning has taught me that well-designed, transit-oriented development can provide affordable homes while preserving our agriculture, lands, and natural areas. I will champion innovative solutions like the net zero affordable housing projects already succeeding in our region. Number two, environmental leadership through design. Our climate is changing. It's been a hot summer. As someone who's designed natural heritage systems and ecological restoration projects throughout Ontario, I know we can build communities that work with nature, not against it. This means protecting our groundwater recharge areas, expanding our urban forest, and ensuring every new development includes climate-adaptive infrastructure. Number three, transit and active transportation can connect us all. I've designed streetscapes, trails that bring communities together. Our regional transit system should be the backbone of sustainable growth, connecting our cities while reducing emissions. I will advocate for the expanded GRT ION services, protected cycling infrastructure, and complete streets that serve pedestrians, cyclists, and transit users equally. Number four.
You have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. Defending regional planning authority. The provincial government's Bill 185 threatens to strip away our regional planning powers, the very coordination that has made Waterloo Region a model for balanced growth across Canada. Unlike the GTA, we don't have greenbelt protection or Great Lakes water access. We depend entirely on our watersheds and groundwater. I will fight to preserve the regional planning authority and protect our water, our farmland, and our future. What sets me apart? While others may promise change, I bring professional expertise to deliver it. I've designed master plans for growth of communities. I've navigated complex environmental regulations. I've brought stakeholders together around shared visions. Most importantly, I've done this both in the boardroom and on the ground. If elected, I'll commit to monthly community office hours, transparent reporting, championing transit expansion, protecting our natural heritage, supporting local businesses, ensuring affordable housing. I'm not running because I need this job. I'm running because our region needs experienced leadership. We need councillors who understand that every planning decision is an environmental decision, every transportation choice is a climate choice, every housing policy is a community building opportunity. Together, we can build Waterloo Region that provides housing for all, protects our natural heritage, and creates economic opportunities while preserving the character that makes this place special. I'm H.T. Lamb, and I'm asking for your vote because building tomorrow's Waterloo Region isn't just my profession, it's my passion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Prakash Venkataraman. Welcome to the podium, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. We can have some peace knowing the marathon is almost over. And, seriously, when the region of Waterloo leadership came out with an ask, 44 soldiers from our community stood up and put their name with their own uniqueness, their experiences and talents. And thanks to each one of them for putting their name. My only request is, irrespective of the outcome of today, let's all work together, continue to make this place fantastic as it is. My name is Prakash Venkataraman. You don't need to repeat my last name. I know it's okay. Prakash is good. I stand here not to seek a title, but to offer a lifetime of building communities, solving problems, and bringing people together from various backgrounds and cultures. I believe deeply in a simple truth: community built, regionally focused, and service-driven. For 25 years, I have called Waterloo region my home. And in that time, I have contributed over 20,000 volunteer hours to causes in healthcare, economic development, youth mentorship, and cultural advocacy. I have consistently shown up for this region at the kitchen tables, in the classrooms, hospitals, shelters, cultural festivals, food banks, places of worship, and nonprofit organizations. I have listened, learned, and led with integrity. I serve as an ambassador and a community board member for Cambridge Memorial Hospital Foundation, championing equitable healthcare and mobilizing donors and volunteers for critical needs. My leadership as Assistant District Governor for Rotary and as a member of the Legion has taught me the power of collaboration, transparency, and consensus building, values I carry into this role. As a board director with the Chamber of Commerce and past advisor to the economic development boards in multiple cities, I have worked directly with small businesses, entrepreneurs, and civic leaders to grow our economic sustainability, a priority as the region moves toward 1 million residents. My work in the diversity and inclusion earned me the Region of Waterloo Cultural Diversity Champion Award, thanks to you. For over 4 decades, as a professional musician and a mentor, I have helped youth embrace their heritage, build confidence, and engage in civic life. I also bring global leadership experience, an engineering degree, business and management diplomas, a certificate in mergers and acquisitions from University of Illinois, and a mastery in negotiation from Harvard. I served as a CEO in the global energy and renewable sector, collaborating with governments in over 100 countries. In every country and continent I have visited on business, I am proud to be an ambassador promoting our region of Waterloo. Today, I advise organizations in logistics, housing, and food sectors, balancing growth with sustainability. What drives me is simple: service rooted in empathy and action. My approach is to listen first, build partnerships, and deliver practical solutions that benefit everyone. Councillors, I'm not here with empty promises. I'm here to amplify the impact of my work at the regional table, collaborating with all the regional team with mutual respect.
You have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. To build stronger connections, ensure every resident is truly represented, and create a future where every voice is heard, every person belongs, and every community thrives. I arrived 25 years ago, starting my wife with my wife in Satellite Motel on Hespeler Road, and here I am representing the community. It is a privilege. Thank you. And today I ask for the privilege to serve so that together we can build a region that not only meets the needs of today, but inspires the hopes of tomorrow. A region we are proud to pass on to future generations. East or west, north or south, region of Waterloo is the best. Thank you for each one of you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Vishal Chowdhury. Welcome to the podium, and you have 5 minutes.
Applicant number 42, Vishal Chaudhary. I would like to begin with my heartfelt condolences for the late Carrie Williams. I'll summarize first why your vote should go to me. Because when I think, I understand differences of people's backgrounds, opinions, and goals, and so on. When I speak, I want to reduce the differences amongst people, at least of opinion. And when I do, I strive for prosperity for all peoples, despite those differences. The function of leadership is to produce more leaders, not more followers. I heard a story from one of my grandparents of how, in one of the walled cities that they grew up in, if there was a fear of attack, the youth would strategize with the experienced elders the night before within the closed gates of the city. While we may not have the same type of wars and attacks to worry about, our communities have several issues today that impact the well-being of its people. This is my foremost reason of participating in this process today, in strategizing for the region I call home. Celebrate what you've accomplished, but also raise the bar a little higher each time you succeed. In most of my professional successes, my primary task has been to provide financial advice while dealing with issues, resolve problems, plus adhering to and complying with rules as prescribed by the governments, regulatory authorities, and my organization. I am successful because when I provide advice, I do so as if I am providing it to myself. Over the years, I have helped thousands of people make an informed decision about their finances. This is my second reason of being here today, of utilizing my abilities and skills for the greater good. The difference between what we do and what we are capable of doing would suffice to solve most of the world's problems. To me, this opportunity today is about taking ownership and responsibility of bringing our community together as we navigate through issues, looking for solutions to problems that oftentimes will be beyond our control. My belief is trouble is only opportunity in work clothes, and that we should resolve to be a master of change rather than a victim of change. My first drive to Kitchener was back in December 2018 to visit an international student, a cousin of mine, enrolled in an educational institution here. The visit was focused on helping the cousin get accustomed to what lied ahead for them as they tried to land on their feet in a new country without the extended family and support system that they left willingly thousands of miles behind. I want the region of Waterloo to continue to be the amazing place it always has been, where people are welcome and one can succeed at almost anything for which they have enthusiasm. Life is under no obligation to give us what we expect. We've all seen and went through so much over the past few years that it's hard for me to detail my Canadian journey since March 2018 in 5 minutes. Plus, it's beyond the scope of my presentation today. What I will say is, I'm proud to have chosen Canada, Ontario, region of Waterloo, and the city of Kitchener as my home, where the democratic values are carried out so transparently that I, similar to the rest of the great applicants today, have been able to show initiative to participate in leading our community to prosperity. I am the common person in the middle. If appointed, I'll honor the opportunity.
You have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. I'll honor the opportunity not as a shortcut to politics, but as the beginning of a life dedicated to public service, free of any biases. In the end, I'll leave you with one another quote. If I have the belief that I can do it, I will surely acquire the capacity to do it, even if I may not have it at the beginning. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Joseph Gowling. Welcome to the podium, and you have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of council, fellow applicants, and community members. Thank you for welcoming me here today. You know that real change starts when people show up, get involved, take responsibility. Values many of you have already shown us today. My grandfather had a saying, if you can't ask someone to do something you aren't willing to do yourself. That's a principle I know and understand because it's the foundation of strong communities and effective leadership. I have lived in the Waterloo region my entire life. Born and raised in Cambridge, where I learned the importance of community and hard work. And for the past 15 years, making home in Kitchener's Forest Heights neighborhood, where I'm proud to have raised my family. Living in both cities have given me a genuine understanding of the diverse needs across the region. From the rural roads of North Dumfries and Wellesley, to the family-focused neighborhoods of Woolwich and Wilmot, to the vibrant urban centers of Waterloo, Kitchener, and Cambridge. I served as one of the youngest school trustees for the Waterloo Catholic District School Board. I learned early in my public service career how decisions made at the table impact people directly. That experience taught me the importance of listening to multiple perspectives before acting, and how collaboration and respect of diverse viewpoints lead to better, fairer outcomes for the community. Professionally, I have spent over 24 years helping families buy homes, manage debt, plan for retirement. I have partnered with small businesses who are the heart of our local economy, who take risks, create jobs, and invest in our neighborhoods. I've first seen firsthand the challenges they face and believe the region can play a key role in supporting them by reducing red tape and create conditions for them to grow and thrive. Community service has always been at the core of my work. At a young age, I served on the Cambridge Environmental Committee, and most recently, the Meadow Lane Park Citizens Resource Group in Forest Heights, collaborating with residents, community organizations, and municipal staff to improve our public spaces. My decades of service with the Royal Canadian Legion in Preston, where I currently serve as president, have also shown me how small acts of leadership, listening, showing up, and following through can make a lasting change. In 2022, I had the privilege of running alongside all of you for Regional Council, and most recently as MPP for Kitchener-Conestoga, earning the support of voters in Kitchener and the townships. These campaigns deepened my understanding of regional priorities and built relationships across our communities that I can put to work immediately. My commitment to this role is not just for the months ahead. I fully intend to run in the next election because I believe in consistent long-term service. I know the issues we face: housing and homelessness, development, transit, and the need to support both rural and urban communities across the region. 1 minute left.
Thank you.
Whether you live in North Dumfries, Wellesley, downtown Kitchener, or Cambridge, you deserve solutions that include everyone. These challenges require informed leadership that listens to residents, balances different perspectives, and works towards solutions that strengthen the entire region. Our region deserves a representative who will show up, listen to people's needs, and work with you to move our region forward. If given that responsibility, I will do exactly that, serving with honesty, respect, and action Thank you very much. I'm Joe Gowing, and I hope to get your support today.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ruth Ann Fisher. Ruth Ann, welcome to the podium, and you have 5 minutes.
And I'm the last one. Through the chair, I have read everyone's information and have listened to them all, and can only say that I do not envy you and this council its choice in a new member to replace a valued colleague. We as individuals have varied abilities, and each has a lot to offer you as a member of this council. I myself feel that my ability to listen and to multitask will be a great asset to the council and will be an exciting opportunity for myself to make a difference. I'm a resident of Kitchener. I've worked with a variety of people from all walks of life. I've been on other panels, have been an elected official with the Catholic School Board, and have chaired several committees. I consider myself a team player, but a person who has strong opinions on items which impact social justice. You can tell this if you have read any of the dozens of letters to the editor I've written over the years. The last asked the question, could Donald Trump be jealous of Canadians? In 2001, I was elected as a Catholic School Board trustee, and one of the initiatives we did during my time was revamp St. Mary's Secondary School. Moving the school and its students from historical downtown core to Homer Watson Boulevard was very controversial. There was a lot of input from many different stakeholders. As a trustee, I was involved in some of the planning and much of the listening that went on to create the St. Mary's we have today. One of my fondest memories was when several women came out of the new school saying, I thought we were going to lose it. The history, the feeling of the St. Mary's I remember. But it's still there. And now we have a gym that will hold 3 gyms and no more track training through Victoria Park. To be able to say I played a small part in preserving something sacred to the city within a new space meant the world to me. In November of 2022, I was selected to be on the City of Kitchener's resident panel, a new initiative by the city and managed by Angie Fritz-Waters. It was first of its kind for Kitchener and asked residents to volunteer to review the city's 5-year strategic plan. We were a group of 25 to 30 people from all walks of life and spent 6 months sharing stories, discussing plans and costs, and coming to consensus on various priorities. I admit that we did not always agree on everything, but we were given the platform to voice our opinions and ensure that each person had time to speak. If the final votes did not have a favorable outcome, we then took time again to find a resolution. There's a lot of political terminology and slang in some of the wording of the paperwork that we used, and we confirmed that that was a problem for the general public, and so the wording was changed so that our feedback from our team was used for the final document, and both the mayor and city councilors were pleased with our efforts. On a personal level, my priorities are climate change, social housing, and ensuring that the voices of youth, seniors, and disabled are heard by this board. There's much controversy today about the fact that the 44 of us are not running an election. I am not sure whether an election cost would have been justified to fill the term for 1 year. There is also the fact that municipal elections have the smallest voter turnout the smallest voter turnout than federal provincial ones. Letting the public know who we are is important, and having our resumes and information on the regional website was key. However, when I mentioned this to my hairdresser, a young woman in her late 20s, she says she is actually interested in politics, unlike her friends. She asked me to let you know that the government websites, the cities, regions, provincial and federal, are all too hard to navigate. something that should be really looked at before the next election so that the people of this area can actually find the information they need to make a valid choice. I've often said people who do not vote should not complain, but I'm thinking that in itself is an elitist statement. Our youth, many cannot vote and do not feel encouraged that their voice will be listened to. Many seniors and disabled cannot get to voting sites and do not understand today's technology to have a chance to vote. It is my hope that as a member of Regional Council, I can get back to the community that has supported my family and I. Our city and region are facing many challenges, and planning for the future of our great community is something I can contribute to. I hope you will consider me as a representative to the council. I thank you for your attention, and on behalf of everybody, thanks for today.
Thank you so much. I'm just going to do one last call for Michael Fillion. When his slot came up, he wasn't in the chamber. Michael Fillion, are you here? Okay, thank you. Colleagues, we have now reached the point where we are going to vote with eScribe. I don't believe it's going to be a very long process, so I'm looking for consensus. Can we start voting now, or do you want a 10-minute bio break? I'm seeing clasped hands as in a prayer for a bio break, so I'm going to allow a 10-minute bio break. We will be back here at 20 to 1. So colleagues, we're going to resume this special council meeting. And I want to add my voice on behalf of all of Regional Council to every one of the delegates that showed up and expressed incredible variety of skills, but universal commitment to the betterment of our community and our region as a whole. So thank you very much, all of you, for taking the time and the interest to come. I have to admit, I was sitting here going, now, what would I be saying if I was at the podium? So you are a very impressive group. So thank you very much for expressing your interest. Colleagues, there's correspondence 5.1 through 5.29. That is all correspondence that has been received electronically, and you would have received that in your package previously. So before we begin the election process, I'll call on Tim Brubaker, Acting Regional Clerk, to provide the next steps.
Thank you, Chair Redmond. Council, you'll be voting today using eScribe as a standard for all council decisions. The only difference you'll see today is that instead of having yes or no options, in the vote, you will have a list of candidates to scroll through. The initial list will be quite long. The names will be listed in the same order in eScribe as they are listed on the agenda. You will need to select one of the candidates and submit your vote. We will have staff available behind you to assist if there's any technical issues. Councillor Harris, if you have technical issues on your end, you can verbally state your vote and we can enter it for you. Council, like other decisions that you make, it's necessary to have this decision made by a majority of council. Thus, the vote today will occur in rounds until one candidate has obtained at least 8 votes. After the first round, if someone has received 8 votes, then the election will conclude. However, if no one has received at least 8 votes, then the candidates that have received 0 votes, and unfortunately there will be a number of candidates that will not be able to receive votes, will be removed from the list going forward. And all of the candidates who have received the fewest number of votes will also be removed from the list. Chair Redmond will read the results when the vote concludes. Then I will read out the list of the remaining eligible candidates, and we will open up the vote for another round. This process will proceed until there is a candidate that has received 8 votes. Council, so there's no surprises. I will flag that there are 3 situations where the rules that have been approved by council require me to draw a name from our orange box that is currently hiding behind the desk in front of me. So if there are only 2 candidates remaining and they are tied, we will put both of their names in the box and draw the name of the candidate to be appointed to council. However, if all of council is here present, we should not have a 2-way tie, as that's mathematically impossible. If there are 3 or more candidates and they are all tied, for example, if we have 3 candidates that have 5 votes or 5 candidates with 3 votes, then we will put all of their names into the box and remove a name, and pull a name from the box to be removed from the next round of voting. Finally, and this one's a little bit complicated, so bear with me. If there is a one candidate with the most votes, but they have fewer than 8 votes, and all of the remaining candidates are tied. In this case, we cannot simply remove all of the candidates with the fewest votes, because then we would be left with only one candidate who has not received a majority of the votes. So in a situation where we have one candidate who has 2 votes and 13 candidates who have 1 vote, we would not eliminate all of the candidates with 1 vote. We would instead put the candidates with the fewest number of votes into the box and draw one name to be removed from the next round of voting and reopen the voting. Chair Redmond, if there's no other questions from council about the voting process, we are prepared to open the first round of voting.
Can I just express eternal gratitude that you were able to explain that to all of us and that we have amazing staff that will help us navigate this. So colleagues, there will be a drop-down menu and you will cast your ballot for one name on that drop-down ballot. So colleagues and people in the gallery, there is no majority. The clerk will read out who will proceed to the next round of voting.
So council, we have, well, I will read out the votes here. So Asthma Alawasha has received 1 vote. Nanda has received 1 vote. Fazia Mazour has received 2 votes. Carrie Wright has received 2 votes. Alan Beaupre has received 1 vote. Maggie Lamb has received 2 votes. Sam Nabby has received 1 vote. Prakash Venkataraman has received 1 vote. Joseph Gowing has received 4 votes. So council, with that, as I outlined before, we will be removing everybody who has received 0 votes, and we will be removing the candidates who have received the fewest votes, which in this case is 1 vote. So the candidates who have received 0 votes and 1 vote will be removed. Proceeding to the next round then will be Fazia Mazour, Carrie Wright, Maggie Lamb, and Joseph Gowing. With that, council, we will open up the round of voting, and those candidates will be available in your drop-down menu.
Again, colleagues, we have no majority. I will turn the floor over to the clerk.
Thank you, Chair. I will read out the votes again. So, and as I outlined, we will have a draw at this point. So, Fazia Mazour has received 3 votes. Carrie Wright has received 3 votes. Maggie Lamb has received 3 votes. And Joseph Gowing has received 6 votes. So, Council, as I outlined, at this point, we cannot drop the candidates that all have the fewest votes because we would only be left with 1 candidate left, and that candidate doesn't have a majority. So, Mr. Ferresso is now putting the 3 names into the orange box, and we will draw 1 name to be removed from the next round. So Fazia Mazour, Carrie Wright, and Maggie Lamb, one will be drawn to be removed from the next round of voting. So Council, Carrie Wright will be removed from the next round of voting. Proceeding then is Fazia Mazour, Maggie Lamb, and Joseph Gowing.
So colleagues, I'd like to thank council and congratulate Joseph Gowing as our new regional colleague. We're excited to start working with you, Joseph, and staff will be in touch in the next steps, and I'm sure there'll be a bit of a learning curve, but I can promise you there is no shortage of really interesting topics that you can debate on. Colleagues? Okay. So we don't need a motion, but the Regional Municipality of Waterloo appoint the following individual to fill the vacant Kitchener position for Regional Council effective August 15th, 2025, and that is Joseph Gowing. Again, I want to express sincere gratitude to everyone who participated in this process and really give a shout out to our clerks and specifically Julie Hale, who figured out how to navigate eScribe in what was a very expeditious way. Colleagues, I now need a motion to enact the bylaws first, second, and third reading. And we're voting on a bylaw to fill the vacancy of Regional Council Kitchener through the application process, be read a first, second, and third time, and finally passed in number 25-035, be signed by the Regional Chair and Regional Clerk and sealed with the Regional seal. If I could have a mover. Moved by Councillor Hunick, seconded by Councillor Schatz. Please use your eScribe to vote. Thank you, colleagues, for a really worthwhile process. I would now consider a motion to adjourn. Made by Councillor Foxton, seconded by Councillor Salonen. Please use your eScribe to vote. Colleagues, that is carried. Have a great day.